Hera, Hermes, Icarus, Narcissus, Medusa, Ephasos, Ashalalala, Susus, Minerva, Ecobubus. I love it when you couscous. Aphrodite, Ventus, Chaos, Dionysus, Hera, Hermes, Icarus, Narcissus, Medusa, Ephasos, Ashalalala, Susus, Minerva, Ecobubus. I love it when you couscous. Aphrodite, Ventus, Hera, Hermes, Icarus, I love Aphrodite, Ventus, Hera, Hermes, Icarus, I love it when you couscous. Love it when you couscous. Love it when you couscous. Couscous. Couscous.
限られたこの時を月夜に混ざり合うと息を二人だけが知る秘密
瞳をそっと拭い憎らしい気持ちにそっとさよならこのままではいても立ってもいられない受け止めてありのまま今夜 Say a prayer for me Say a prayer for me どうか Say a prayer for me and all my troubles 消えてしまうまで愛想はないごまかすばかりのあの頃の私はもういない伝わるでしょうこれほどに覚悟決めてる触れさせてそのすべて今夜 Say a prayer for me Say a prayer for me どうか Say a prayer for me and all my troubles 消えてしまうまで何でも話してここから作ろう二人で始めよう今夜 Say a prayer for me Say a prayer for me どうか Say a prayer for me and all my troubles 消えてしまう Me and all my troubles 消えてしまう Me and all my troubles 消えてしまうまで Say you'll be mine, if only for tonight. Come on with me and love me till sunrise. I know that you want me all over you, all over your body. Let's not waste time, 'cause the moment feels right. So hold me close like we're not just strangers. Take my hand with life with no danger. Have to be lonely. Hold me close like we're not just strangers. Take my hand with life with no danger. Have to be lonely tonight. Lonely tonight. Tonight. Let's put away our problems and heartache. I'll make you forget all of your bad days. I know that you want me all over you, all over your body. Let's take our time, 'cause babe, I'm yours all night. So hold me close like we're not just strangers. Take my hand with life with no danger. Have to be lonely. Hold me close me undone, we don't have to be alone. Just wanna have fun, babe, take me home. Don't leave me undone, we don't have to be alone. So hold me close like we're not just strangers. Take my hand with life with no danger. Don't have to be lonely. Hold me close like we're not just strangers. Take my hand with life with no danger. Don't have to be lonely.
頭の中に響く声見えすいた嘘で似たようなセリフ並べてばかりねからくりなんて甘いだってきっと行く末は同じ素直になんて求めてないって嘘が消えた綺麗にもも き出す窓の外眺めて遠くで揺れる光同じ先見つめ、yeah、 心はもうきっと気づいてる君じゃなきゃ意味ないありきたりかな口ずさむラブソング唇に Your eyes tell me everything I need Your smile笑い合えたら宝物だね約束なんて時代遅れと笑うけど僕ららしくていい離さないと誓うよ先読みなんてもう終わりにして僕の手を握って少し切ないそれもまた風情な胸味 Your eyes tell me everything I need Your smile笑い合えたら宝物だね
The fate of the teams in APAC North for PAX Australia have been solidified, but still our crown needs to be claimed. There are 3 teams that remain: an underdog, a Brazilian powerhouse, and CAG. We'll wait and see what they've got to offer. One thing I know for damn sure is what these 2 gents have to offer me, which is sweet bugger all. Welcome to the broadcast, gentlemen. It's wonderful to work with you yet again.
Good to be back again. Feels like it's been a long time since we've been able to work together, Rob.
It has. It has. What's going on with your hair?
I don't know.
It's kind of given like...
That's what I asked him.
I don't really know what it's giving right now. Like almost Johnny Bravo style.
Yeah, Johnny
like,
Bravo. I can go with that.
Yeah. There's something about it.
Yeah.
I don't know. But
What
how are
about
you?
your hair?
Unfortunately, that fell out a while ago now, and I committed to it. Michael, how are you doing, mate?
Yeah, I'm doing good. Today is a pretty chill day in some elements, but still exciting in others. So
It is.
yeah, it should just be a good, pretty chill night from our perspective, at least on the desk.
Well, let's have a look at the bracket, and I'll start to kind of expand upon what Guz was saying there, where it should be a chill day, but there's still excitement to be had. The reason we do say this, you're really looking at the conversation for CAG and DPLUS. DPLUS right now are not going to regional finals, so it is so unbelievably important that they claim the crown here and take all 300 SI points. In the reverse, CAG, they've made regional finals, but because of their stage 1 bow out, they must win this to be a shoo-in for those SI points come regional finals. Remembering, second place gets 700, first place direct through to SI itself. There are a lot of discussions to be had. If you want to break, I guess, into the underdog storyline a little, Enterforce, if they want to have a good opportunity, not only do they have to make the first place finish, 300 points, they then are going to have to do well when it gets to Munich. But PAC stands in the way of that one. However, it's unfolded in a very interesting way, I will say. If you look at the top half of the bracket, I'll break it down just nice and quickly. Enterforce lost to PSG Talon, where I think that was the expected result. CAG do what CAG do best. They go into the upper bracket final. However, there they falter to a D+ that is looking phenomenal, and that can't be understated. Why do we say that? Because they only lost 12 rounds across 4 maps with the best teams that APAC North have to offer. But Xenox, it was the lower bracket where things got even more spicy.
Well, I mean, especially at the start of it, right? With FearX being knocked
Unbelievably.
out, Scars losing to PSG Talon, maybe not on the spicier level, but FearX was not what we expected from them. Losing to DPLUS KIA in match 4 in this graphic, that's not expected, but it's fine.
It is.
You can give that a pass mark, and then you expect the rebound and then the run through the lower bracket, but a big miss for them. And as you already touched on in terms of regional finals, FearX will still be there.
Yes.
So they've got pathways, and of course winning out on stage 1, 300 points already in the bank. So by no means in terms of the SI run for them are they, have they capitulated. But it's certainly not going to help in terms of the overall SI points, which, as we've kind of alluded to over the last couple of days, it's very difficult to kind of gauge what you will need. And you think about D+ being in this grand final today. If they do get the 300, they go to 450 points. As you preface, though, they're not in regional finals. So then that would mean they probably need to have a run at Munich. So they're going to get to Munich, have a run, get some extra points. Is that then still enough? Hard to say. So in terms of SI points calculations for D+ KIA, they're still, because they didn't make regional finals, behind the 8 ball.
They're in trouble. They are in severe trouble. Like, essentially for me, the way I look at this is...
They need a big run at the major.
Yeah, this is a must-win. They must win
this.
They must win this.
Must qual at the land.
Correct.
Must do well at the major.
They must get... I think the benchmark's probably quarterfinals, maybe even semifinals. I don't think that they could consider anything less a success for the SI campaign. Of course, successes aside, SI is where we're looking to now, especially for this portion of the bracket, because we're into the last 2 games. We're into the lower bracket final, then, of course, just the ultimatum, the grand final as it is. Enterforce have been such an interesting team watching unfold in this playoff series, guys, because we had all but written off what we could expect from a roster that kind of has flown under the radar for so long. But I really think that the Nina pickup for this roster has done unbelievable things for them. And now, Pengu was saying last night, they are playing their own brand of Siege, which is incredibly scary.
Yeah. Yesterday was a lot to take in. They played exceptionally well. Some of the better Siege we've seen across the entirety of APAC for stage number 2. Their attacks were really cool. They brought some interesting stuff. They played with the kind of confidence that you need to have success at this kind of level, and there were other teams that, you know, capitulated under the pressure. They seemed to be the ones that were applying it throughout the entire day.
Yep.
And obviously the qualification match for PAX was one thing, but then to back that up with another win later on in the day, they just didn't cool off at all. So coming into this afternoon, I've picked them to continue their run. I'm just backing them in all the way alongside you, Rob.
Yeah.
I think that's more of a heart pick than a head pick. I
100%.
expect them to cool off at some point.
Yep.
But on the same side of the coin, right, I also didn't anticipate, I don't think many anticipated them to do as well as they did yesterday. So
not at all.
they still go in as a bit of an unknown for the rest of the bracket.
Yep.
I suppose in some regards they've kind of gotten the job done, the most difficult part. Yep. And from here they just get a free shot at some additional SI points, which again may not be that influential. Their run at SI is incredibly compromised, but you never know.
They could just double in and just prepare for PAX at this rate and look to do a deep run at Munich and surprise teams, because for the most part, I believe it's only Nina who has been to an international event before, so you're really going to struggle to find that kind of experience.
You know what, the biggest takeaway for me in Stage 2 is that you cannot just have one good stage. If you want to make 6 invitational, it's about, and that's the beauty of that event, is it's the teams that are consistent throughout the course of the year that get the majority of those slots. Now, there's going to be last chance qualifiers, so there are always pathways.
Yep.
So if you take an Interforce as a good example that were not as much of a factor in Stage 1,
yep,
having a really good Stage 2, and let's say, hypothetically, they go on, they beat CAG, they make top 2, maybe they even qualify for Munich at the major qualifier LAN at PAX, and, you know, they're starting to make headways. While they won't be at regional finals, then there's LCQ. So you could still take that form into the back half of the year and make a run at SI, but it's so much more difficult.
It is.
Because you didn't have a good Stage 1. Whereas you look at a CAG, who didn't win Stage 1, good enough though in the group stage, both Stage 1, Stage 2, that they were then able to qualify for regional finals. So if CAG win this, go on and win the grand final, get the 300 points there. Not only then they have an opportunity at Munich, but then regional finals. So their pathway looks better than Interforce simply based on the fact that they've been more consistent throughout the course of the year.
It's well laid out, and I guess the scary prospect, especially for this region, because we're yet to see anything in OS, is the fact that there could be no teams from APAC North that make SI, and then think about that last chance qualifier. That's how CAG made SI last year, was on the LCQ. So you just like, this is a really scary spot to be in. I think this is a great opportunity for Interforce to kind of play with no fear, no stress, just focus on the game at hand. But speaking of the game at hand, how about we figure out what the vetoes are going to be?
Border Cafe.
You reckon?
Well, you know, I'm going a little early here, but Border Cafe are the 2 maps that are in the top 3 preference for both teams.
Hang on. Has he cooked?
Close.
It still could. It could still float.
I should have actually expanded it by 1 slot, Rob, because guess what? Clubhouse is in the top 4 for both teams.
Yeah,
there you go.
Well, you just stuffed up.
I went too quick.
You're just a silly
I went
goose.
too quick. If I had just added that in, it would have looked a bit better. But, I mean, guys, this is pretty much, I guess, an expectation based on the preferences for both teams.
Yeah, Consort sneaking through as the decider. That's actually the #1 preference map for Interforce. Unfortunately for them, the record isn't actually particularly reflective of that. It's a map that in terms of veto play, they're happy to let slide through.
It's a hard ban though for CAG.
Yeah, but they have, I mean, Interforce 0-2 record, despite seemingly not wanting to ban it out. CAG on the opposing side don't want to touch it, but a 2-1 record. Last played it against Mer 8-6. I don't know if that's the most convincing result, but it is still a victory. So yeah, I think on paper could be quite intriguing. So I hope we go to concert. I'm really
two maps that
that
both teams like.
Yep.
And then the map that neither team likes.
You know, I've got to admit, I'm just excited to see a bit of explosive action. I'm just excited to see APAC North unfold. Gents, thanks for joining me on the day.
Thank you, Rob.
We'll
Why are you smiling like that? That's so disingenuous.
Can I go home?
No, because if we could, just very quickly, can we get a close-up of Jake's shot here? I don't know if we can on the 2 shot. See the tiny little... no, he's gone and moved it. He's got a little Superman bit coming out. Look at it at the front. I can't take you seriously when you look like that. Anyway, let's get underway with this first matchup.
I'll change it for you, Rob. We'll come back with a new style.
Please do. If you shave
I'll shave it off.
Cinema. Absolute cinema. Like we hope to see in this match. Interforce, they go head-to-head with CAG. It's time to get underway with our first best of 3 of the night.
Thanks, Rob. Yeah, that's right. It's time to get stuck into this. It's our lower bracket final here in APAC North. Pengu, we have seen so many upsets so far in the APL, and Interforce, man, they have been the ones responsible for a hell of a lot of them. Already yesterday, knocking Fearex out of the tournament, knocking them out of contention for PAX, and now they're hungry for yet another upset. It'll be over CAG as these 2 Japanese teams go head-to-head. a big opportunity now for Enterforce. But CAG, I mean, it's an Enterforce pick onto Border, which is one of CAG's favorite maps, where they already beat DPLUS just 2 weeks ago. So it's not going to be an easy match here for Enterforce, that's for sure.
Not just that, but when we spoke about Interforce's playstyle yesterday, we're saying they're kind of playing like the old CAG, right? Very chaotic, very unorthodox, not playing anybody else's game. They're playing very much their own. If there was a team in APAC North that can figure that out and counter them, it would literally be CAG, the founders kind of that kind of playstyle in this region. So I feel like this is going to be the biggest challenge so far. The smoke bans, James, as well, they just keep on coming through. We saw Interforce yesterday ban out both the smoke and the Tashanka on Bang, so that base becomes unplayable for the defenders. CAG now bans out the Asami and the smoke because they love Border. And why? Because chaos is the name of the game.
That's right, and Border so often comes down to that attacking side. It is the #1 most attacking favored map in Rainbow Six Esports right now globally. CAG start on that attacking side. Now, Enterforce, Nick, for the longest time, have been the dregs of Japan, right? A bottom two team in APAC North in stage 1, second last, failed to make it to the playoffs. But we started to see shines of greatness, little licks of hope here in stage 2. And one of the first such hopes here for Enterforce was actually in their best of 1 in the group stage against CAG, where they beat them 7-2 on Cafe. The first time in history that Enterforce beat CAG. Of course, now Enterforce have former CAG player Nina on their roster, and they are looking deadlier than ever. They've done it in a BO1. Can they get it done in a BO3 and prove yet another upset here in APL?
The Mugi's waiting for that spawn peek to occur. Just waiting for a peek from CAG, but they know those angles. They're going to go elsewhere. And this leaves Jin in the spot on the east stairs. So the blitz goes in fast. Aniton, again, the aggression, the pace being set very early here by KAG. That's going to force Interforce back towards offense and just peel back those layers. This is CAG, right? They got the entry on the blitz. They got hot destruction in the ace. And they got utility in DD on the Capital. And they want to go for an east into office take. So breach open triple wall. Take the office window, breach the archives wall. That's the entire strat approach here for CAG.
With Aniton on the blitz, anything's possible, but that's a lot of damage from Harper with that slug shoddy. A long angle for him as well. Akasu tries to retreat, and he himself will be cut down. Good watch from Shurit, best player in APAC North, by the way. He opens up the first round here for CAG. Enterforce, I mean, their map control is being thieved away from them. Break room exposed now, thanks to the Selma. Long angle from Mugi, though. He's got the ACOG on that DMR, so he can continue trying to fight back the player at the top of these stairs. About to be met with a blitz, though.
Yeah, bit of a rotation. I thought it was going to be a full-on east take, but they see the mirror windows and go elsewhere instead to CCTV. Again, if CG can just isolate 2 early picks, already got the first one, then it's a 5v3. That makes Border a hell of a lot easier to attack. And they got 4 people here looking towards security.
But the Capital has already used... Oh, sorry, that was actually Goyo fire that went out. This Capital still has his fire.
Okay.
If DD wants to use it, this is very claustrophobic as Mugi tries to escape.
Oh my God.
Just barely dodges the bullets as the blitz starts to push Enterforce back. But they have successfully escaped, and Jin's gone downstairs. He doesn't have a nitro cell to utilize on the vert, though, as he previously used it at east stairs. Looks to get aggressive, spots a player for a brief second. Aniton is in such a good position, but he needs to be careful because he's already taken a bit of HP damage.
Gotta keep those toes and those feet intact. And it's another rotation from CAG. They started east stairs, went to CC. Now going back towards east, it looks like. A catch downstairs. Tibisu takes down Nina. No more mirror in action and no C4s alive in this round whatsoever.
And Aniton's continuing to push back. Jin, who does go down. That's the opening we expect from Aniton, but Harper holds firm. However, not for very long as CAG mop up the final 2 kills. At the drop of a hat, at the flip of a switch, CAG go deep, find the rest of them, and kick off Border, looking very hot on that attacking side.
Yeah, I think we can already tell why CG they like this map so much. They look so comfortable off the get-go. especially in like, you know, the first match of the day for both teams, we expect like a slow 1 or 2 rounds maybe. Not the case here whatsoever. Even Interforce, they're happily rotating around, taking gunfights. They just happen to lose them often than not, only winning a single one with Anderson sprinting towards another defender on that blitz. And that can be so terrifying. We spoke a lot yesterday about how you can ban like double shield, triple heart breach, double utility operators. And this is probably one of the few maps where I was like, okay, Interforce have not banned any of the shields. They banned the Ying and they banned the Grim, but they left open every single shield operator, and you still got power-ups like the Capita available as well. But with that being said, it feels like a lose-lose if you're Interforce, because either you ban the shields, you get the utility operators against you from CAG, or you ban the util, but now anything can roam, like freely pick any of the shield operators. There's no real winning here because the map of Border plays into both playstyles, and CAG can play both of those styles.
Yeah. Very much so. We've talked about this a lot before, Nick, but a lot of teams, they don't just ban one shield, but they'll double or even triple down, particularly going double, like Blitz, Monty are more similar. You know, you can't have Monty on one end of the spectrum, Blackbeard on the opposite because he's got a real gun, and then Blitz, who's kind of half and half, where he's much more aggressive than the Monty, but not quite as gunfight capable as the Blackbeard. And CAG are happy to play all three of those. Even if you do triple it, they're probably going to pick the fuse at some point. And Anderson is happy to flex between those different shield operators every round. I think that there's almost no point in banning shields against CAG because they're always happy to play a different one. So good call from Enderforce to at least get rid of the Ying. That is such a good operator for CAG. But you know, Shurib, he's quick inside the building and then immediately back out again. So he was just looking to create some phantom pressure, take down that barricade so that Enderforce have to keep worrying about that lurk from inside of Customs. But now, though, Anderson, he's getting very aggressive. 2 minutes still on the clock, but Mugi wins the fight. Chibisu will trade at least and double down as well for CAG. The best attacking team in the league are also the best at the opening engagements. That's Cyclops for you. But E36 will fight back, recompose into a 3v3, winning that fight in Archives and peeling their defense further back towards Office.
Just a little bit of trolling there from Anderson, not going for the gadget to basically cancel out the melee from the defender of Mugi. That's how shield priority works.
Oh,
like if you're a defender, oh my god, just like that, okay. If you're defender and melee shield, you have the priority to get that stun lock like we saw on the Blackbeard. But if Blackbeard uses the gadget where he like dashes forward, kind of like a mini Oryx, he will override that cancellation and then he will actually not get stunned whatsoever. So a bit of a mistiming for Anderson, but it's fine because you still got Shuri right now in Chibisu, 4-0 and 3-0, and pair that with the greatest support player on the team of DD Man, who's playing the ace. They can problem solve this, reset the round, spend the 60 seconds that they have available to them, and try and figure out, okay guys, are we gonna go for a full map clear top floor into verticality? Are we gonna go for kills? Or are we gonna go for a plant? And right now, they're in Customs, they're in Workshop, they wanna go in through Bathroom, rotate most likely, and try and make a play here and play for kills.
Still, even when the time's ticking down, they're going to take the time to go and drone it up, which I think is so good. So many of these kills from CAG have come through because they've had that info, even that wallbang top east stairs. That's what comes to mind. Chibisu gets in with his Twitch drone. Pivotal to use that to find where these last two players are. They've got an inkling where Harper is. Nina finds a pick, and Harper, he is missed. So Shurip is going to go deep on the side, try and isolate Nina in that 1v1. He's going to have to vault through this rotate. No, he can just spray straight on through. It's a 3K. The Shurip in this round, but Harper is up above. The diffuser has to be planted. Chibisu is not going to have very much time. It's up to Chibisu to cover. A 4K on the round. For the star player is Cyclops. Back to back on the attack, and they are looking in hot form here on Border.
I'm not gonna lie to you, James. I'm pretty sure that they started planting down the diffuser on 0.00. There was not a millisecond of time to spare. They had to sprint back, pick diffuser, get back towards the bomb site, and try and get in the corner so you won't die from that open area portion of the map. Last defender of Interforce, they knew he was up above though, but he could drop either the bathroom hatch, drop an open area, or drop one of those workshop or armory hatches if they were opened up already. And things start off pretty hot. It's CAG striking fast really here, getting 2 kills, only losing 1 player in Anderton, then shortly after Arcoli, but then they get a wallbang onto East Stairs. Again, really good drone work. This is CAG going fast early on, then slowing down a little bit, set up their drones to the dead players, and then speeding up again. They're showing us both styles, both paces that they can bring. And again, as I always say, I have no doubt that DD, being in the server right now, being the former coach of this roster, is the one setting up those kinds of plays.
Yeah, no, CAG are lucky that they have so much fragging capability that it didn't matter that they lost, a great fragger in favor of DD, who really doesn't support much in terms of the fragging capability. I think he sits around an 80 EPS usually. I think he had about a 0.5 kill per round ratio when I checked the stage results yesterday. He's never a player that's going to be fragging out. He's never a player that's going to be getting a 4K. But often his picks are very impactful, and his ability to support the team from a top-down perspective and say, look, guys, what I'm seeing is this right now. I see this gap. And then it's Shurip, go kill. It's Anaton, go push with that Monty. It's perfect. It's exactly what CAG, how they want to play. It's exactly what they're good at. And it's what's led them to a 2-0 start on their opponent's map pick.
Border is a hard map to deal with the shield operators because you don't have a ton of, I guess, options for counterplay. Yeah, I mean, you can try and play C4s below, but it's a very small map. Attacker's going to be by your heels if they're looking for a pick, and there aren't that many spots where the Munchie's going to be truly exposed. And Smoke's been banned away. Tashanka, again, kind of awkward on border. A lot of long range of fights, a lot of you gotta be ready at a moment's notice. Be like, okay, time for a gunfight. You can't stand with Tashanka with your gadget out, not able to shoot back. So it feels like at this point, Oryx is a good shot, but would Anaton ever expose himself to an Oryx? That's the real question. Yeah. So I don't know if Interforce can just really try and counter Monty, just try and win more gunfights.
You mentioned the Oryx. We did see it from Nina last round. What is going on there, Harper? That is a very big mistake. Just swinging inside of Archives. I mean, very early in the round, CAG cleared that position. Akali used the Roteros to open up that window and take down the Malusi Banshee. Chibisu's got good info on the sentry down below, and Shurip, it's just again a case of Shurip go kill. We find the player, and then we send in our best man to take him down. 7-0 on these first 3 rounds for the Ash.
Such good drone work though. It's literally yellow ping information, Jonas in the building, and Shurip going for wall banks and for swings. And I think the Phantom pressure is really getting to Interforce. They don't know what's clear and what isn't. That's why you swing inside of Archives, ignoring the window, because that window's probably been opened up every single round. And then this was one of the 3 times where there's actually an attacker there, and it shuts you down immediately. Shurip, same position, same wall, gets a 2nd kill.
8 kills, takes down his own teammate's camera, hacked by the Brava.
Yeah, he did.
Akasu and Nina. Akasu's about to be exposed. Somehow manages to cross. There was a player watching his position. I think Shurip knows about it. Sees another one. Could it be a 9th kill for Shurip? Triple on the rounds. Out comes the pistol. Finally, he goes down and out from Akasu, but it will need to be an ace in the retake. And the chances of that happening are very slim. Chibisu puts him down. 3 rounds on the trot for CAG. As dominant as ever.
Yeah, I mean, it's also a timeout called there by Interforce 36. It makes a lot of sense to me because, guys, look at the scoreboard. Shurip is 9-1. And this is the problem. The Phantom pressure, Interforce don't know what's clear. The solution, play Intel operators. Valkyrie, Echo, Maestro, more BPs, whatever. Then you gotta win more gunfights because the Monty isn't actually the problem right now. It's just the 1v1s. Play trap operators. They had Melusi and they had Echo. They had Melusi and Ella in this round, but I didn't feel like we saw a ton of those trap operators really being utilized because CAG are finding kills from either outside the building or barely inside the building. So play trap operators and position yourself around it so that when the fight occurs, you have a small advantage in gadgetry. Because if you don't stop Shurip right now, it's not going to be much of a border game. He can literally 1v5 you with drones at the minute.
At what point do we start questioning the border pick here from Interforce? In terms of their 2 bans, I get it, right? Like, they banned Lair and Nighthaven Labs, which are their 2 most banned maps. Lair is their insta-ban. Nighthaven is essentially an insta-ban. But they didn't have to pick border, right? You know, they could have gone with Cafe, for example, where they did already beat CAG in the regular stage, 7-2, I remind you. Although they did lose that to PSG a couple of days ago. You know, they could have picked Chalet, which, I mean, I guess isn't their favorite map, but also it's a bad map for CAG, so maybe you at least prioritize that. They could have picked Consulate, which is our decider. That is, in theory, Interforce's favorite map, right? Yeah. So I feel like there were so many options. Even Clubhouse, which CAG picked, I feel like that is a more likely win for Enterforce than Border. But it kind of feels like Enterforce having the gall to take CAG to one of, if not their best map, the best attacking team in the league, the best team at finding the opening kill in the league. You take them to Border, that is, you could say brave. I think if this continues the way it's looked, I'd say pretty stupid.
And to make matters even worse, when you pick the map, obviously the opponent picks the starting side, and you're gonna go attack on Border every day of the week, especially if you're CAG. So even if you thought that you might have a good shot yourself when you get to the attacking side, there's a real chance you're gonna go down 1-5 right now, and then you gotta have the most ridiculous attacking side yourself if you're Interforce. And I just don't think that's gonna happen on this map. I think you're right. I do think we gotta put that into question. Was this the right choice? Obviously, we can look at the numbers to go, obviously not. They're down 0-3. But there was a plan. There was something that they had thought they had seen that could be exploited, maybe. They just have not been able to capitalize because players like Shuri, with the drone work of his team, is getting way too much damage every single round done to Interforce.
What do we think of the Flores pick now, Nick? I know you've been ragging on him recently, but Akali has cleared so much util with it.
Yeah. No, I kind of like it. Again, Border, like, Mookie goes forward. Okay, I thought he was going to peek off the angle after the first swing, but I was wrong. Yeah, that is desperate. And maybe a bit of confusion as well as what to do in the right situation there, because now he's selling Nina kind of short. He's alone in CC now. But I kind of like the Flores here. Border, small map, you're right outside the bomb side, clear the Goyo canisters that you can't normally clear otherwise. Akusu, aggressive run out of East stairs, finds a pick onto Chibisu, who's playing the Brava, that other drone intel operator. But he's low in health, HP himself now. And I think CAG will take that trade because they get CCTV control now, which is the first step in their plan.
I like it. I want to see aggression from Enterforce like we saw with that run out from Akasu on East Stairs, but I don't want to see very desperate looking aggression from Mugi, and it's so hard. Yeah. You're like, what do you mean, Dev? You want more aggression and you want less aggression? It's about like being able to calculate those risks in the minutiae of the moment, and it's so hard to do. Oh wow, that is a big pick for Anaton. I thought it was Akali, sorry, I thought it was DD Man that found that one with the DM after the wall, but it was actually Anaton spraying up nice, close and personal. So again, advantage CAG in the round 4v3. Is Flores opening so much these castle barricades. We already have so many of the Vulcans cleared. And none of the remaining players have C4s. In fact, none of the players on Enterforce brought nitro cells to the round. So we're not going to see late round plant denial vertically.
Yeah, it just feels like they can just take the Blackbeard, use the sense wall, walk in with the diffuser and get down a plant. DD Man picks up another kill. A triple for him in this round, actually. And we know that one defender is downstairs. The Frost completely useless and valueless in this round. And plant is going down.
Menina is so dead here. Oh, apparently he's able to find the Blackbeard. I don't know how that happened. Very desperate attempt from Jin to try and deny that vertically. If he had a nitro cell, it would have been a very different story. Akali and DD are both low HP. Shurip's the only full HP player, and this is such ego. The Jiggle just letting Jin know exactly where he is, trying to peek for info, trying to bait some shots. Shuri doesn't even want to scan him. Here's the player coming. DD steals the kill. A 4K on the round for the coach. He looks almost bored. Nicholas, look at DD's face. 4-0. CAG are dominating Enterforce, and they're just having a laugh. Feels like the game has barely started.
I mean, he's not impressed and he's not amused because he's like, guys, fight back. Come on. We saw you guys play yesterday. We saw your crazy gameplay, your confidence, your gun, fragging capabilities, the clutch moments, the retakes. They had so much to show for. But then again, lower bracket is very brutal. You play a lot of series. They've played some long series as well. And, you keep causing upsets, having to play your goddamn hearts out. You're up against CAG, and perhaps on board is too big of a challenge. Actually, Moogie big smiles when they were losing that round as well. Interforce, I think they recognize that it's a gift to be here today, and having had the crazy games they've had so far, And that's what I love about underdog stories too. They don't take it for granted, you know. They don't go somewhere like, I don't know, semifinals lower bracket, for example, and they go, oh my god, guys, we should be better. I can't believe we're in lower bracket. We're so terrible.
Gotta enjoy the victories,
Often
right?
underdog stories like, yeah, exactly. It's like, guys, we can have the pleasure of playing one more game together. We can beat one more team. We can cause one more upset. We can get one more game of experience. It's like really cherishing all the small things that a lot of teams take for granted when you're used to winning so much.
Yeah. And we saw that from Interforce yesterday in their game against PSG, because remember, they had already qualified for PAX, for the major qual in Australia, right? Beating Furex 2-0 yesterday morning was enough to qualify them for the LAN. But taking down PSG, that was personal. That was about getting revenge for PSG, beating them in the upper bracket. That was about really making a statement that that Furex game was not a fluke. Interforce had to play a grueling day, right? They play a 2-0, and then they wait about 7 hours to play another 3-mapper. And then here we are today, you know, less than a day later, and they're here to play an even tougher match against CAG. And if they are to win, of course, they'll have to play the best in the region in DPLUS. Interforce, job's not done yet. They can be proud of what they have achieved, but it's not done. We need more. We need them to have a bit of confidence moving into that LAN event, and they're not going to find any confidence being manhandled by CAG here on border.
I think Harbor has caught a really good timing on the flank. Shurib checked the flank drone twice, but right when he crossed it, so he has no idea that Harbor is lurking right down below. With the correct timing, he could take down Shurib and cause him his second death so far in 5 rounds. With the wrong timing, and how good Shurib's been so far. Yep, he's gonna keep picking up kills. Good swing.
That's it. DD has snuck into the site. Anaton is covering him. Akasu's fallen. Arkuli watching the flank. Nice shot from Harper. Mugi as well. 2v2. And this retake is on. No more shield to worry about.
Now.
How do they find their way back in? Chibisu's in such a good spot, and he lines up the shot perfectly. Harper pushes for a trade, but it's too late. And now he's in a crossfire. Needs to isolate these ones, but he doesn't have a lot of avenues, and the fire will fry him. DD is playing so well for a player who has recently just made the transition from coach. Harper looks to try and take the fight, but the coach again steps up for CAG. He plays it so well. He gets in there, gets the plant down, fires off the last player, even a smoke as well. This guy, he remembers his playing heyday. He's back and ready to perform for CAG. 5 rounds in a row.
One of the greatest strengths in Siege is respecting your opponent and also being honest with yourself. DD goes, I don't have the greatest aim. My job is not to be a player. I'm a coach that's helping out my team right now, returning to that playing roster. And what does that mean? Well, he's playing support operators, he's going for plants, he's droning, flank watching, etc. And when it comes down to him having to play a 2v2 with his teammate of Chibisu, he's not overswinging, he's not being aggressive, he's using his capital fire to lock down the push from Harper, the smokes to cross over and not take the 50-50 gunfight. Again, it's really smart Siege. And in a perfect world, it's something that every single player should be able to do given the right circumstance, even the greatest of fraggers. But had you put Shurib or Chibisu in DD's position in that round, they would have gone for the swing, James. They would have taken the fight, exactly. And they might have died in that gunfight. Then it's a 1v1, and all of a sudden the round is winnable for Interforce, although be a low chance still, but it's possible. So DD, man, I love his playstyle. I love the fact that he's showing up so consistently and finding value every single round in small areas. Whether it's just loosening up the operator lineup, playing the boring operators or the necessary operators. Again, just every single round, he's doing something for his team.
One last round now on the attacking side for CAG. One last opportunity for Interforce to find a defense. Now, most of our praises that we've sung for Interforce have been about their attacking side, right, Pengu? Yesterday, that PSG game that we casted, it was so many like really aggressive, off-pace attacks that we really liked, but you still have to be able to defend even one round here on board. It might be enough to give them a chance, but CAG really have not held back. They're not pulling their punches.
No, they are not. They are certainly here to stay, and for CAG, right, let's say they stay dominant like this throughout the entire BO3. This is simply just a warm-up before they fight the biggest challenge of all, which is DPLUS in the grand finals. DPLUS, they said themselves they would like to win and prove to their org that they appreciate their support, but one player runs away, the other one turns his back and doesn't even look behind him. Akuli does go down in the middle of that though, so this might just be a 1-for-1 if they can confirm the kill onto Jin.
Oh my god, wow. That is very aggressive. It does actually cost Anderton his life, but the trade back again as Moogie goes down leaves CAG in a pretty solid position. And guess what? They've still got Shurip alive, and Chibisu's just found his 6th kill. This guy has only died once. DD Man's only died once. Shurip only twice in 5 rounds. Now 6 rounds.
Incredibly dominant. This round, though, could be a little bit of a challenge for CAG. They've been in this position before. The 3v2 TELUS attack. Taking above, taking below. They have one more Dukkha call to shut down those Val cams and deny the information game from Interforce. They're going to reinforce the bottom east there as well, but then Akasu goes down, leaving just Nina. Whenever, good timing. But side is vulnerable now.
I think he saw the drop. The Oryx is the perfect operator to get there in time, but he doesn't manage to see the cross. 1v2 now.
He's chasing.
DD forcing that plant down. Shurip is watching the wrong direction. Spins around, hears him coming. Nina, almost able to deny the plant, has to take these fights one at a time. Out comes the bailiff, but Shurip gets him first. Untouchable is Shurip in this map. And CAG 6-0 on their attack. Utter domination over Interforce on their own map pick.
My doorbell's being wrong. Keep going.
The switch of the sides. Is there anything that Interforce can do on their own attack to even just hold a candle to the CAG that's rocked up today? I think about what you said, Nick. I mean, may well just be a bit of a warm-up, a bit of a TDM match for CAG coming up against DPLUS later today if they are to win the series, that grand final.
So, speaking of crazy things, right? We haven't had a 7-0 yet. We did the math yesterday. We checked all the games, right? This could be, as far as I know, the first 7-0 of the playoffs. I don't know about group stage.
I don't think we've had one even in group stage. I can check real quick.
I don't think so either.
No, I can.
It's been competitive.
Can confirm. We have not had a 7-0 in APAC North at all, and we've had barely any in the other regions of APL as well, if I'm not wrong. I think we had one in O's. I'm not even sure if we had one in Asia.
No, I don't believe we had either in Asia. It's been I'm
checking Asia.
It's been a case of the bottom teams are stepping up, and that's a big surprise.
Yeah, wow.
Damn. Okay.
This could be the first. Look,
I'm all for it.
This game really is not doing Interforce justice. That's the problem here. Like, these guys are the real deal. I was talking to Guz in the car on the way to the studio here. I was talking to Guz in our Observer Sky. And we were talking about how Interforce, like, look, sometimes teams just have big upset games, but Interforce is something about them that tells me it's not just a fluke, right? They have genuinely had really good roster upgrades over the last couple of months. Okay, Nina is just...
Okay.
Speaking of roster upgrades, it's this guy who's done a lot of it. I don't know how, within 30 seconds, he's in the building already finding a kill, hungry for a second.
This is Nina things. This is that old Scars playstyle, right? Aggressive, in-your-face confidence, despite being down 0-6. Some teams, they start shaking. Not these guys. Interforce are thinking to themselves, we got nothing to lose. We're down 0-6. We gotta make the play happen right now. And to do that, they go aggressive. Now they're kind of resetting the round, getting the drone work, holding the angles, expecting CAG to strike back to even back the numbers. And you see they've almost like vanished. Nobody else at CC. Harbor 6 out a second. Chibisu in the grave. 3v5.
Man, this has been an attacker's border. This map is attacker favored, but not this attacker favored. CAG, as soon as they flip onto their defense, they look completely lost. Thanks to Interforce just obliterating them. Strong entry from Nina, a good follow-up. And now how on earth do you fight back if you're CAG, right? Look, if there's anything going for them, it's the fact that Interforce does not have a shield that they can simply march up behind. Try and simplify the round. Oh, 2 spotted.
Beating it.
How does he win?
Wow.
He somehow kills Nina there. Incredible that he was able to trade himself.
Incredible.
Shurip and DD now looking at clutch.
Frost mat.
And Mugi is in that frost mat. Just maybe this is possible, especially if Shurip can land 2 kills like that. The escape might well be on as well. He drops down below. The round is now flipped.
That's a play.
Harper back up off the frost mat, but low HP. DD's got his position too. I think CAG might be able to do it. The 7-0 dream is well and truly alive.
It is. Harper's very low on health, and DD can spot and bait this out. The perfect player to set up Shuri for success, who seeks into the best support player with the best fragger in the server right now, with 40 seconds to go to Shankify and Hank at the Naya plant.
Shuri prone, it's a risk. He has to land the shots with the 17 bullets in that SMG-11, but it's a change of heart here for Enterforce. And then changing their mind again. Ooh, that fire very close
careful.
by. Shurip is just waiting to be swung, sees the first one, and the 4K! An unbelievable showing from the best player in the region as Shurip puts E36 in the dirt. A flawless 7-0 for CAG in the opening map of the series.
Even our Corey went OMG. GG guys, by the way. Even he was stunned. I mean, that round was over, it was done. And then Shuri, with a huge play, walks in 2-piece fadeaway and another 2-piece by the bomb site later on.
What a showing from Shurip. What a showing from CAG. The first map in the series belongs to CAG. Enterforce are certainly on the run. Second map, well, it's coming up soon, but we need to see something from the underdogs. Otherwise, this is going to be a very swift series.
You know how they say, it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Can I drink some water?
Yeah, you can have some water.
This thing looks very dangerous.
Hey, what's going on everybody? For APL, I'm Dev Marta, and today we are doing Shot Ones. It's the show with hot wings and even hotter questions. I'm joined all the way from South Korea by Mephi from FearX. Mephi has been playing for FearX for several years and he has been insane. Just taken home gold in APAC North. You won that whole league. You went to EWC, but can you take home the win against the spicy wings of death? Mephi, thank you for being here. Do you like spicy food?
아, 당연하죠. 평소에도 많이 먹고 즐겨 먹는 편입니다. 한국인한테는 쉽다고 생각합니다. Because I'm Korean.
Good. Energy? You got lots of energy?
And yeah.
Good.
Yeah, good.
I love that. Okay, perfect. I'm gonna get you to eat on your left, this one right here.
Yeah.
This is the mildest one. Take a bite. I'm gonna ask you a question.
근데 너무 보통만 치고는 매워 보이는데요?
So, since coming into the scene in 2022, you're always on one of the best teams in APAC North and in Korea. Why do you think that you're always on the top teams?
한국에서 제일 잘하는 팀이 모였기도 했고 저희가 매우 많은 노력을 하고 있기 때문에 저희가 항상 상위권에 위치하는 건 당연하다 생각합니다.
So what makes you different to all the other players in Korea? What makes you special?
그냥 평소에 열심히 하고 그냥 좋은 선수들과 같이 하고 있다는 게 특별함을 만들지 않을까 싶습니다.
Do you like it?
Yeah, but zero spicy. not spicy for me.
Do you like the taste?
Yeah, but I feel zero zero spicy. Yeah, it's easy for me.
Well, good, because we have spicier chicken still to go.
Oh,
This actually tastes so good. I haven't had lunch today.
okay.
I'm gonna get rid of this. I'm so sick of that. All right, much better. You can put that one down. You're gonna eat the next one.
Okay.
Well, if you caught it in the break, there is actually a fun fact. That game was not interesting, so I want to talk about the break. There's a fun fact. James Devmarter Stewart speaks fluent Korean. He just can't, like, he understands it, he can't speak it. It's actually quite cool to watch it unfold as well. That was pretty magical. What on earth? I actually, like, at this point, what are we doing on this desk? How do you break down, Guz, one individual player getting 18 kills in 7 rounds?
Yeah, 243 EPS is insane. To get that many kills in a game that was so short, quite literally a flawless match from CAG, really, really impressive. And I think it goes kind of back to what I was prefacing on the desk is I backed Enterforce in today to potentially win these matches, but they had to carry across the energy that they had from yesterday. I think they sapped it all. There's none left. There's nothing left in the tank for Enterforce.
Game's gone.
I do have a Xenox fun fact, though.
Oh, here we go. Everyone, I hope you're sitting down, everyone.
So prior to this game, CAG were bottom 2 for 4Ks in terms of quad kills.
Yep.
Tied with Mer, actually, so technically last.
Hit me with it.
Off this one game, they're now second. They had 4 4Ks. Sharip, DD, Sharip. No, sorry, it was only 3. Either way, it still holds true. They go second either way.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah.
That is
So
absolutely
from 1 to 4. So ridiculous. And in terms of 3Ks, I think maybe you touched on it, Guz, pre-match as well. Like CAG not a big multi-kill team, and then they got a bunch of 3Ks. So it's not just the fact that they won 7-0 or they won convincingly. It's the fact that in the 7 rounds played, 5 of those rounds were a 3 or a 4K multi. So there was only 2 rounds that was not multi. One was the opening round, which they had 4 alive. So a bit more of a team effort. And then the 5th round was 2 players alive, which was the closest round out of the 7 played. 0-7 for Jinnum, 0% survival rate for all players on Enterforce, and Sharip just went absolutely ballistic.
The APL continues to just surprise us. I'm really at a point now where I've never seen this many multi-kills. I've never seen this many clutches. And there has to be, because it's majorly happening in these playoffs. The last, what are we at now, 6 days in a row. The last 6 days of these playoffs have, through and through, from start to finish, given us nothing but individual performances, crazy multi-kills, crazy clutches. And there's got to be something in the water. I can't tell you what it is. But right now, CAG, they're in prime position, and this is a massive problem. And I do mean massive problem, because Enterforce, we had so much love, we had high hopes for them. This comes all crashing down if they cannot back it up. We head to Clubhouse next, and I still don't know what to expect after Border.
7-0 Enterforce.
Could you imagine? That would be, I mean, honestly,
That'd be the cherry on top.
The way this game plays out, it seems quite fitting. The only concern that I really have here, Guz,
I mean, it's a little bit more even in terms of map preference for at least the second one, whereas Border was clearly one that Cyclops was strong on, so pretty intriguing that we were even directed that way in the veto. So, again, I feel like we've prefaced almost all our predictions with this saying, but on paper, Enterforce should look fairly competitive on this second map. But again, maybe they've just completely checked out. Yesterday was a massive day for them. They probably just rocked up today, literally just rolled out of bed and being like, let's just get this game out of the way. Because at the end of the day, they don't really have much to gain from the rest of this bracket. Like, yes, SI points, but unless they do the miracle run, make it to Munich and do something there, like, SI points are pretty irrelevant for these guys, right? Like,
I mean, it means more for CAG than it does.
it means a lot more for CAG.
100%. It's not even close.
Yeah.
It's not even close.
But it's still nice if you enter Force in terms of like.
Oh, for sure. Don't get it twisted. It would be cool.
But but the niceness of that is on the premise that they actually not only win this stage, but then qualify for the major, do well at the major.
Yeah,
it's
there's a lot of.
It's very unlikely.
There's just so many pieces of context that are important heading into this one. But CAG are looking absolutely ridiculous. I think I've struggled to see a 7-0 for a long time, let alone with a player going 18-2. So let's hope that Interforce can bounce back here. They are on the ropes. They're in the lower bracket. It's losing you done, unfortunately. That's as simple as it can be. CAG, they're looking straight down the barrel and a rematch with DPLUS.
Thank you, Rob. It could well be that rematch, but they're not quite there yet. They do have to take down Interforce on Clubhouse. Nick, we did see Interforce play Clubhouse yesterday against PSG. Unfortunately, it was the only map in that series that they actually lost. So Interforce, they really need to bounce back, not just from that 7-0 embarrassment that was Border, but their result yesterday against PSG right here on Club.
Don't remind me, James, that Clubhouse game and the Bang game, the entire series yesterday against PSG is still one big question mark in the back of my mind, because what the hell actually happened? It was the craziest round we've seen in a long time. We saw 2 separate rounds on Bang Basement where a team would plant in a 5v5 and the defenders would retake and win the round. Yeah. That was what happened yesterday for Interforce. Today, they can't really hit their shots. They look like they're out of energy. The creativeness that we saw from them, I mean, granted, we only saw a single attack around on Border, but we didn't see anything creative. We saw good aggression from Nina, got the opening kill, and then round was pretty much over. Interforce, they have beaten every single expectation, even if it goes 0-7, 0-7 right here today, because what they have done yesterday and the day before. So while it was an embarrassment of a Border game, they have done their job. They have shown us they have what it takes to deserve to be here.
They have. And while the playoffs will end very soon, today is the final day of the APAC North playoffs. Of course, we've got the major qualifier for APAC at PAX, which is actually so soon. That's in like, what, 2 weeks? Not even? I am so excited for that. I just think it's going to be so good to have all these APAC teams at a LAN again, facing off to figure out and determine once and for all, or maybe not for all, and maybe not finally, but you know, which of these regions is best? Who is actually the best in APAC? Not just the best in APAC North or in Oceania or in Asia. Interforce have already qualified for that, as have CAG and DPLUS and PSG for that matter. But here it does matter, and look, I'm just hoping we get to see a treat, because yesterday, Nick, we saw 12 rounds of Clubhouse between E36 and Talon, and of those 12 rounds, Interforce clutched 4 of them, and PSG clutched 2 of them. That's half of the rounds in a map coming down to clutches. We saw 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 3Ks or better in 12 rounds. That is how chaotic that game was. Yeah, I just hope that we get to see a similar kind of fire from Interforce here against CAG.
They got some creativity right now, using the clash offensively by the CCTV breach, hunting for drones, scanning for information. CAG, they got the capital, sure, but they likely want to use those fireballs for the catwalk rafters, not the clash by the bomb set itself. Opening engagement going to be quite important for them. The only really expendable operator right now is going to be Arcolian Flores. He's already spent 3 of the 4 with terror drones, so it only has is really 2 flashbangs and a single drone in pocket. So not too bad if he goes down in an entry engagement for a bit of map control. That's half the round burnt. CAG, again, showing us they can do more than just run in the building and go for fast kills. They're trying to set up the perfect execute to clear catwalk rafters without losing a body.
Yeah.
That's going to involve the glass, the EMPs, and the fire.
Wow, this is so good. Here come the fires. The EMPs remove those ADSs from play, and Anaton, in amongst the smoke, takes down Mugi. That is a picture-perfect way to clear rafters from CAG, and you're dead right, Nick. They can play explosive and aggressive on Border, and they can play the utility game here on Clubhouse.
He's so well executed, no mistakes. And mind you, that's 3 people working together. Secondary piece from Chibisu and the green piece for Red Pinks as well. Then the fire comes out, Anderton tosses a smoke in Garrett's store, so he was unkillable in the 1v1 gunfight. All of those pieces of utility, all those coordinations and timings, just to get that 1 kill and count rafters. It's beautiful, but time is ticking down, and Anderton goes down as well. No more glass. That last smoke and pocket of Shuri will not find any success, and the Clash Shield looks unclearable. No Flores, no fire. It's gonna stay alive.
No EMPs. Nina finds 1 big kill, however, overextends and does get traded back. That said, the plant has been denied. Shuri has to pick it back up. That diffuser as Arkali goes deep. Looks for a backstab. Is spotted, but still wins the fight somehow. And Shuri finds Nina, so it's Akasu in a 1v2. Shuri forcing that plant down. It's a 1v1 now. Akasu up against the best player from APAC North. Shuri stands his ground with that diffuser down. 1 bullet is all that's needed to take down Akasu, but he will have the Pika's advantage. Spots the player, sees him, but Shuri finds the shot needed. A great way to kick off Clubhouse if you CAG. Beautiful textbook clear with the glass and the Capitao in the rafters and straight into the site, into the 1v1, and Shuri to lock it in.
That's a lot of chaos right there in this server, and again, I want to praise Interforce for fighting back as well as they did. Good use of the Clash Shield, recognizing, hey, they can't clear it. We killed the glass, they don't have their execute operators. They're jumping out, connect the window. They're swinging top red. They're all playing together for that. Let's shut down CAG while they're going for that diffuser. It comes down to a 2v2, which looks pretty decent on paper, but whoever wins that individual gunfight and gets the numbers advantage to a 2 versus 1, they are most likely to win it, and they did, as CAG got that pick initially. That's gonna be CCTV though. Bit of a surprising start for me for Interforce to start on that particular side, since Kaid and Bandit were both banned away. That does make CCTV that much more difficult to defend, as you can't deny any of the walls, and once they're opened up, you're just fighting from the beginning of the round against a really unfavorable angle outside the building, so that kind of sucks. Jim though should be a little bit better statistically. Got those mirror windows, 1 in bathroom, overseeing jacuzzi breach, 1 in pocket of Jin that can be used in an exterior wall, or for the extension here, or perhaps actually being put down in, yeah, there we go, jacuzzi exterior wall. So a double setup, big focus there on one side with utility, and we see the majority of players and the shield of Clash on the extension on CCTV.
Yeah, and a line of sight here in the cash wall with an Aruni gate to cover it. This is an old style setup. We haven't seen this for a few years. The current meta is to open up this wall completely. Oh, sorry, to close the wall completely if you're a defense, and then the attack gets baited into opening up. But this more aggressive setup really relies on Interforce winning fights and exposing crossfires.
There's been so much Flores from CAG today in just 1 map and 2 rounds. It feels almost personal, doesn't it, James?
They heard that you hated Flores, and they decided to just be the best team in the region and pick it every single round.
Yeah, at this point, I have to eat my words, right? Because the best team in the region is going to play it every round, and surely they must know something that I don't. Big praise to Chibisu, the one CAG. They are finding good value with this particular operator, and they're also doing a really good job at spending all those Retero drones as early as humanly possible, and just clearing out 1/2 the map with 1 single operator. So it's, again, in this specific use case, doing a pretty damn good job with it.
Flores has actually picked 16% of rounds overall, and wins 50.3% of rounds, apparently. So
hey,
does
positive.
technically has a positive win rate by 0.3%.
Yeah, I'll take that. Don't gotta say the numbers. Just go, yeah, he's a positive win rate operator.
I mean,
wink, wink.
It's interesting to compare that to Ying or Ash or Buck, which both have a win percentages below 45%.
Classic case of niche operators, right? You pick them when it suits the strat. You pick them when you have a very specific plan in mind. Or you should just have your Ash, your Buck, your Ying even on rounds where, you know, it's just kind of an operator.
Yeah. Guess what the highest win rate operator is in Siege Esports Blaster 6 right now? Guess.
Okay, let me think for that for a second, okay?
Well, I'll cast the round while you think, because we've seen 2 big picks here from CAG as E36 look to try and get a little bit aggressive after the fire does kind of expose them inside of Gym. 20 seconds to go. I'll get your thoughts on the operators after this round concludes, Nick, because it's about to get aggressive here for CAG. DD drops down the hatch, immediately falls. The clash keeping them at bay, however, and Akazu finds a third kill. It's going to be the first round of the series on the board for Enterforce.
Okay, I have some thoughts. Okay, so for the attacking side, the initial didn't think too hard about an operator that came to mind is actually Osa. You only pick the operator on very specific strats in mind, and we saw it very successful in the last few playdays that we have cast. But this, of course, was across all regions. I haven't seen every region.
Okay, well, I'll reply to your Osa pick. So Osa is the third highest attacker win rate. At 52.6%. That goes to show how bad attackers' win rates are in general, right? the third best. I mean,
true.
The best attacking operator by statistically win rate is 0. Of course, that's because he's picked very rarely, and that's 54.3%. Then it's Amaru, 53%. Osa,
wow,
just under 53%. But yeah, most of the highest win rate operators are going to be defense, of course. All of the top 10, 15. And most of them at the start are pocket picks. For example, number 1 best win rate operator in the game at the moment in Blast Star 6 globally is Doc. 75% out of the 12 rounds he's been played, he's won 9 of them.
Wait, when you say globally, is it this year, this stage? What's the range of time?
It's just this stage, so just September.
Okay.
So last 30 days, actually. So it's Doc at the top, but then once we start getting into operators that are actually picked, it's Pulse, Maestro, and Mozzie. All of which.
Oh my god! So I was gonna say my defenders, and no joke, like 100% truth. I was gonna say Pulse and Maestro as my defending operators.
Of course you were.
Because again, pocket operators, you only pick for specific sides, and Maestros are almost only banned or picked when you ban the Brava. So yeah.
Do you want to guess
genuinely
the worst? What's the worst attacking operator? Lowest win rate?
Oh, okay. Again, let me think real quick. And you get a list of operators in front of me.
And go defense as well.
Yeah.
Credit to Desertu for the upgrades recently to his analytical tool, which I know we've been singing the praise of. Sorry, fans, this is not a publicly available tool. Maybe one day if you guys beg Des enough, he might make it available to the public, but we can just tease you guys with the stats when a game is a bit quiet. But this game, I mean, well, it was loud on the first map. It's a bit of a quiet roam now from Enterforce. A roam with the kitchen hatch open for Jin, which has come into fashion a bit recently. Ooh, he's exposed, and that's a free kill for DD. Evening up things after Chibisu went down early.
Good. Certainly.
Got any thoughts, Nick?
Let's see if they can make...
Worst attack and defense?
Thoughts, attack, I have Aura and Jackal. I'm not sure Jackal... Jackal doesn't get... Wait, no, not Jackal. Doesn't get picked enough. Aura and... Oh, shoot, I'm choking.
The worst...
Raw Nomad, let's do that.
Okay, here we go. The worst attacking operator has been played 2 rounds globally and lost both of them. Can you guess what that is?
Great operator. No. I would say Jackal.
I'll give you a clue. It's an operator that used to be picked every single round and was potentially the best operator on attack.
Iana.
Yep.
Iana.
Yep.
Yeah.
0% win rate for Iana. The second worst is Zofia, 33% win rate. Played 132 rounds. And then third is Rayora, played 150 rounds, 41% win rate. And then here's the interesting one. The fourth worst is actually Buck, 42% win rate.
Yeah. Okay, that's very interesting. Okay, I see the vision. Fire pop though. That's gonna mean 15 seconds left before motor door can be, utilized, and there's no real walk in here in the main breach. So it means active desperation for CG. They gotta go fast down the hallway and through the door. Oh,
Hakuli needed to win that fight. Harper takes him down, retakes blue. It's gonna be tough now for CAG to lock this in, even with their best shield operator and their best player. That said, Shuri does find the opening kill to make this a 2v1. He gives that diffuser over to Aniton. The shield looks to try and find a safe spot to plant. No nitro cell remaining for Harper. It comes down to Shuri putting the fight. Aniton tries to get off and take the fight at the last second, but can't get it done. Another round on the board for Enterforce. 2-1, and for the first time, they are leading here in the map.
Job well done right there in that particular round. Understand the win conditions of, hey, Goya Fires popped on Motodor. They can't walk in Church Breach. Where should our focus be right now? We need to take our focus towards blue. If we lose blue, that's the backbone of the entire bomb side. And if the attackers are in blue, we cannot play in Church. And that's where they had one of the 2 last defenders on the board. So Interforce showing a lot more strategical depth right now and understanding of what to do and what not to do. And they've already gotten 2 more rounds than on border, and they've only played 3 rounds so far on club. It's looking good.
Yeah, good clutch up for Harper.
Bonk, bonk. Yeah, that too.
1v2, but I mean, in a way, it was a 1v2 that he was kind of favored to win, right? He just had to win. Once he wins that 1v1 against Shurip, it's over.
Yeah. That's exactly it. Just gotta get that one good shot, and he did exactly that. Cool, calm, and composed. And then shortly after that, Interforce called a tech pause.
Yeah,
for reasons unknown to me.
Mouse issue, apparently.
Oh, mouse issue. Okay.
Yeah, I had a cafe I love that had a similar problem once.
Wait, what did you just say?
That was fun. I said there was a cafe that I loved that had a similar problem once. It was a joke.
My brain was thinking too hard in Siege terms. I was like, what does the map of cafe have to do with anything? But I was like, oh wait, okay, cafe is actually also a thing, you know? My bad.
Do you reckon there are rats on cafe?
On the monitor. No, I reckon Siege maps are nice and clean and tidy, and only the coolest and calm people they eat there.
Really? Because I swear I've casted G2 on that map before, and I swear there are a few rats in that game.
Okay.
Got him.
Okay. That's not bad, actually. That's not bad.
All right. So this is pretty early days here on Clubhouse, right? It's 2-1. Interforce just edging ahead, but defense is where we expect them to have a bit of comfort. You know, nothing really too much to say about this map so far. Obviously, the guys on the desk said that the stakes are much higher for CAG than they are for Interforce here, right? If Interforce goes down, Nick, it's kind of like, oh, that's a shame. They were playing so well. But it's kind of expected. Yeah. Whereas CAG, like, they need all the SI points they can get, especially as they had a really rough first stage, early bailout of the playoffs, having to forfeit their matches. They ended up 6th place in stage 1 overall. So they really need to be gunning for as many SI points. And of course, first place here in the league is 300 SI points, second place 150, and then third place just 50. So a huge chance you win this, you immediately triple your SI points from this stage, and then you have a chance to double it again if you can beat DPLUS. And CAG, I mean, it would be a surprise not to see them at SI if they continue their form, but they got to earn their spot there.
Yeah, they did have a tough stage 1, right? Having to drop out of playoffs, so they gotta go kind of big here, or worst case, I mean, there's always stuff like LCQs, right? So that's always a possibility.
Yeah.
You really don't want to save it for that, because then it means one bad, series, one bad day of Siege, and then you're out, and then it's over.
It's interesting how the Six Invitational conversation has changed so much this year with just the one major and the regional finals, which really changes things because you get that direct invite for winning regional finals. If you do lose the regional finals, but the top... Okay, wait. Let me start again. If the #1 team who wins the regional finals in APAC has already qualified, that spot actually goes then to the runner-up at the regional finals. If that team has already qualified, the spot actually defers to the global SI point standings and whoever's the next in line on the global standings. So that means that, let's say, CAG and Fearex or CAG and DPLUS, right, for simplicity's sake. Let's say both of those teams already make it to SI on points, right? And then they go and they're the grand final of the regional finals. Both first and second place have already qualified for SI. Then instead of it going to the third place team at regional finals, the SI invite actually just goes to the global standing. So it could be Virtus Pro that actually makes it if they're the next in line with the next most SI points, which is crazy to think, right? That a team, you could in theory have the regional finals SI invite for a region go to a team from a different region.
That would be crazy. It's It feels okay. I get it because you're taking the global standings for a global tournament, but when you're talking about regional finals and regional qualifiers, it feels wrong. Like in the back of my mind, I'm like, why is this not going to the region that's participating? But
well, imagine so. Like let's use Europe as an example, right? Because we have a lot of very strong teams in that region, or Brazil. So let's say in Europe, you know, the regional finals is G2 versus Falcons, right? And both of those teams have already qualified for SI. And then third place is Team Secret. Fourth place is BDS. All of those teams have already qualified for regional finals. Would you then give, sorry, all those teams have already qualified for SI. Would you then give the regional finals SI invite to the fifth place team if that ends up being Matchco? You know, would you just give them an invite to SI?
Yeah.
That feels wrong as well, right? So that's why the points then go to global standings.
I've had a similar thought, but in the reverse. So, you know, relegation is like the bottom two. Well, it's not fully defined yet. We don't know, but we assume it's the bottom two teams right now, right? But let's say, so partner teams cannot get relegated in the Blast R6, you know, program situation, right? Let's say the bottom 4 Pro League teams at the end of the stage in EML are all the partner teams. That means the 5th, 6th place team are gonna end up going out, or the 5th, 6th. Sorry, no,
the 5th last.
The 5th, 4th.
Yeah.
There we go. Yeah, that was so hard to do. Yeah, so that means like if you're top 5 or top 4 out of 10, you might be the one to get relegated. Obviously, the odds of that happening is super low because the partner teams have like more financial support, bigger rosters, bigger teams, bigger org, etc. Yeah, they tend to be the better team on average. But it's like that could happen, and that would be crazy to finish 4th in the region or 5th in the region and then get relegated.
Yeah. No, very true. Of course, relegation's still up in the air. We haven't heard the official line from Blast and Ubisoft exactly how that works. But another point to discuss is partners. Of course, we do have, you know, quite a few partner teams across each region in Rainbow Six, you know, CAG being one of them. But of course, there's also a kind of a relegation system for the partner teams as well. Now, I don't know all the details of that. I'm not sure if it's public. I think there's some general guidelines, but, you know, the best teams and the worst teams can kind of like, you know, if an affiliate team, for example, performs really well, their skins sell really well, the team plays well in the leagues, maybe, you know, wins an SI or, you know, performs well at SI or a major, then they actually could take a partner slot away from one of the partner teams and gets demoted to affiliate, which is interesting because here in APAC North, DPLUS is only an affiliate team, not a partner team.
Oh, right.
So, for example, Fearex, who are a partner team, if they perform very poorly, if their skin doesn't sell very well, if their team, you know, for example, doesn't qualify for the top 4 in APAC North, if they lose the regional finals, bail out early. Meanwhile, DPLUS ends up, you know, going to the Munich Major and then performing really well there, and their affiliate items sell really well. There's actually a chance that DPLUS could take Fearex's partner spot. Or PSG's for that matter.
Well, let's not make it personal now, James, okay? Let's just go to Fearex. Come on now.
Or Elevates, but that's pretty unlikely.
Placed higher. I mean, they got the Uwu Onslaught Monty skin. There's no overtaking that one. That was gonna sell. Yeah. I bought the skin as well.
Who are all the partner teams from APAC? It's CAG, Fearex, PSG, and Elevate. That's the 4 partner teams from APAC, isn't it? Where are my OS boys?
I believe so.
Getting some love. Where are my Chiefs and my Enterprise partner items? Come on, guys.
Well, they're kind of ramping up. I mean, I think, you know, GG, they would have maybe been there, but then they kind of dipped out. So then, yeah, exactly. Thank you. So, I think give it time, okay? Give it time. OS will have their moment to shine.
Yeah,
again.
You say that, but I just know that, like, the OS, obviously I love OS. I'm from the region. But within APAC, OS has always been the slowest region. I tell you what, if CAG play like this at the LAN against the OS teams, they are going to absolutely flog them. I'm just calling it right now.
Okay. Well, if you're from the region, you can talk any way you want about that region. That's my rule. That's why I can trash talk G2 any day of the week, because I am from Europe and EML.
No, thanks for bearing with us, by the way, guys. We did have, obviously, a tech pause while we sorted out the mouse issue. But we're back into it now. CAG back on the attack again. Of course, trailing behind just by the 1 round after Enterforce had Jin clutch up that last round on the basement. And so back to cash we go, Nick. They failed to win this last time around. Oh my god, what a shot. Shooting
Poor
the
DD man
C4
now.
mid-air from our colleague, that's nasty.
Has an exothermic charge, has to go onto this wall, but the mirror windows pop open. He knows a player is close. A flashbang goes out,
Oh
kill
my
for
God.
Anderson. Exothermic charge, got a 10
my
for
God.
it. There is C4, there are 2 impact grenades. Trying to impact it, I think they got it. Yep, there it goes. You wish you had the Hibana, you wish you had the Maverick or the Ace, but you do not have those ops. And again, CAG forced into a less than ideal, less than perfect execute, because they can't quite get this wall.
Yeah. I mean, they can't get either wall, right? The mirror windows are stopping that on both. However, they might be able to find the kills. That said, Harper, he's taken low, but he does get a big frag onto Shuri. Finally puts down the play. He's got 6 kills so far in the first 4 rounds. Nina's about to be in a world of hurt. That said, the drone is shot before it sees him. I think that Nina could single-handedly win this round if Anaton doesn't check to his left. 3 players from CAG on the other side of this doorway. And Nina lets him through. 1, 2, 3! Oh, Nina! You beautiful man! But he needs to clutch up now. 1v2. It could all be for naught. Diffuser is down. The trigger discipline from this man has given him an opportunity to clutch up big time. As the plan starts to go down from Anaton, a C4 available. He goes for it, but he doesn't know where the plant is. And with no nitro cell left, how on earth is he going to take down that Blackbeard? Anaton on the other side of this mirror window, open, as Nina takes another hit of damage. I think that he might have missed his opportunity, Nick. I think that this might be done. I think, maybe I shouldn't be thinking too much, because Anaton now has to clutch it up himself. He does. A sigh of relief for CAG after a moment of heroics from Nina.
We don't often see trigger discipline like this in a game of Siege, but that was beautiful to watch. The only issue is there's a Blackbeard and 2 regular operators walking in the door, and the hardest one to kill is the one that stayed alive, and that is the BB. If you go in for all 3 kills, you would have had Diffuser in the door of connector, not the wall opened up by a rotate, but just a mirror window for a line of sight. That could have been a beautiful 1v4 clutch. And a huge play for Interforce. But instead, it's 2-2 tied up, and CAG, they're fighting back in these rounds, but Interforce are really making them work for it, denying them with those mirror windows, having the impact trick for the exothermic charges. Had they not swung as offensively as they did with 2 players dying early for Interforce, I generally think it could have been a full-on just lockout, where CAG are forcing the singular door.
Dude,
Bonk.
This would have been like an all-time Siege clip. I know that sounds like a big call, but like that, there are some moments, especially as a caster.
Never happened before.
Like, yeah, I mean, I have casted like literally thousands and thousands and thousands of rounds of Siege, and there are very few that I can actually close my eyes and replay in my head. But the ones that I can are so memorable, and that would have been one of them.
As I said, it's one of those plays that has never happened before. We've seen trigger discipline for a 2k or for, you know, some kills and follow-up later, but a 3k to practically win the round or put it to a 1v1 would have been something else. Early aggression, though, Shuri walks in, has the yellow ping, finds one pick, and just kind of fades away and stays alive.
So map control taken for CAG. Anaton continues marching forward with that Blackbeard. What to do about that crossfire, though? Worried about a potential Valcam. I'm not sure where Nina's placed those. But here, with the breach on the external of Con, it's only a matter of time before Harper has to retreat.
Since out of cash room, I see it right now being checked by Mugi, so his assumption was correct, just couldn't quite find it just yet. But again, these shield operators are a big problem. Interforce actually, I didn't really speak about this, at least not by my memory. Flores got banned, so that's pretty huge. Monty has been banned, of course, but they has left the Blackbeard and the Blitz open, and that's going to be abused for CAG until the end of the first half. Where CAG, they banned out the Clash, makes sense. It counters those shield operators very, very much. And it's forced Interforce to go from the more passive, waiting for things to happen playstyle to more proactive, forcing plays playstyle, which isn't seemingly working yet.
Oh, they know. There you go.
They
That's
know.
the read. He's about to get swung, spotted, and Shuri does find the kill. That's the pivotal pick for Cyclops. Jin, though, elsewhere, finishes off Chibisu. A little bit of aggression coming out of office. Oh, and the Dokkaebi's actually hacked the cams. I can see Chibisu is checking them. They've got info inside a gym. So this really opens up the gates for the attack to figure out exactly where to push from, exactly where these defenders are. Who's more favored by that camera in gym, the defense or the attack? I don't know.
I'm gonna say the attackers. They can know if it's clear or not to work those windows, to walk in towards master bedroom. And look at this, they got office control, but Shuri falls down to even numbers now in a 3-on-3.
Yeah, Anderson's kind of trapped. I don't know what the hell Harper's doing, though. That was a big throw. Jin wants to get aggressive. In fact, both of the last two defenders try and 2v1 Annie. And it works. Jin finds it. Akasu back in office now. But like we said, there's info in gym for CAG. What are you doing, DD?
What?
The one place you didn't know was clear was Con. And that's where Jin resided. Arkali, 1v2, no flashes. As he brings out this 5.56 and finds a faceballer buckshot from Akasu. Great response. Enter Force back on their defensive side and back in the lead.
Doing a really good job right now with the split-second decision-making, recognizing, hey, Blackbeard is solo inside of office. We can 2v1 him and make the round so much easier for ourselves. CAG, bit of a lost opportunity. When you get the call from Annie that they're both on him inside of office, jump into those bumps out windows, lock down the plant situation, and try and force the 2v2 post plant, because that's super winnable. I think it's must have just been miscommunication though. DD was sprinting around in the middle of master bedroom.
Did Annie see the second?
Yeah, I mean, I must have. Like, you know when you die to a player, your camera kind of lingers for a second? I mean, Mute was swinging on top of Jin, so I feel like it has to be the kill. Look at this right here. You see the kill in the kill feed, or in the replay rather.
No, we missed it.
Look, they push him here, and then here you see Mute is 100%. Right there.
Yeah.
I feel like he must see them both.
Yeah, you're right. No, that would have been a quick switch for CAG to just send it into sight. They might have been able to make that work.
Yeah.
Look, Nick, we've talked about a lot of different things in this game. We kind of went full podcast mode during that technical break before. What I didn't notice, I'm not sure if you did, completely slipped by me. Enterforce banned Flores. Dude, they're making it. They took everything you said about Flores personally, and they're like, what do you mean Flores is garbage? Like, we're going to ban it because it's so good.
CAG played it. Interforce bans it. Yeah, exactly. I know. And we see Doc being played out as well, actually. Highest win rate operator, right?
75%. This is the 13th round globally we've seen in stage 2 that Doc has been played.
There it is. And they got Maestro as well to boot, so statistically very high win rate operators here for Interforce, not gonna lie. And the reason why they picked the Capital here, by the way, is that you can counter... Oh, sorry. The reason why they picked the Doc. You can counter the Capital with Doc. When the fire goes out, you wait till you're like 1 health, then you will overstim heal yourself back to full HP as Doc. 2 Doc stims will counter 1 Capital fire arrow. So eventually, you will die unless you can juke the fires entirely. But let's say Capital uses both fires at the same time. 1 left catwalk, 1 right catwalk. You can then Doc stim yourself twice, the fire goes away, they have no more fires, and now you can just stay alive forever, essentially. Unless you get naded or pushed, of course.
Nope.
So this is the counter play for Mugi. Yeah, that's the problem.
This is going out. Oh, this is perfect. So they're making it so that Mugi is forced to use the gadget, and the Glaz goes deep on the back of it. That is so well countered by CAG.
Yeah. It's beautiful. It feels like they really thought about the various ways to clear that catwalk rafters and the counters the enemy brings. They literally have 4 different ways to attack it seems like, just in these 2 rounds.
Well, Akasu at least gets active and supports his teammate as Shurip was outside the building taking that fight against Harper. Nice teamwork there from Enterforce. Nice little pre-placed drone down below so that CAG have info on that retake and any potential plant denial in the late round. There is 1 impact from Akasu that could help for plant denial. Ooh, Anaton actually only has the rifle, doesn't have the bearing 9. He just used the gun 6. This is going to need to be perfect here from CAG, but they have time to work with. Plant starts going down in default. Akasu looks to jump outside, but he won't be able to find the angle. He's going to have to jump straight back in. Does eventually take down Annie, but 10 kills to his name won't be enough to clutch up the round with Chibisu still on the rafters. It's perfect from CAG from start to finish. And they close up that first half with an even round count.
This is why playing CCTV as a bomb site can be so difficult. I mean, unless you ban the Capital, it just feels practically unplayable. I mean, the fire's gonna go out, they even had the Jaeger, but they bring secondary EMPs, so you can EMP, smoke, fire. Okay, they have Dog, they're gonna keep healing themselves, but now instead of Glass being the passive watcher, he's gonna just walk up the staircase in the smoke, no one can see the guy, and get the kill instead. Into Forest though, they tried very hard and they got pretty damn far, I would say. Having even a half starting defense in Clubhouse against CAG, that's not easy. And they did do that. So now we got to see how good they can be on their attacking side to see if they deserve to go to a map 3 of Consulate.
Against PSG, Nick, Enterforce won the first 2 attack rounds and then lost 4 in a row.
That's not good.
No. So, I don't know. I don't have a lot of hope for them here. CAG are playing really on fleek here. The Glaz was great. The only way I can think of to counter that Glaz push is to have someone play Swamp or like lounge, you know, bottom garage and contest. But I think they were feeding that guy outside of motorbikes early in the round that maybe stripped away their capability to do that. Can you imagine like being an operator and, you know, playing in a position and then like being burned alive by fire from, you know, Capital's gadget, and then be like, don't worry, dude, I'm just going to stim myself with adrenaline. Like, you're literally burning alive. What the hell is, like, what the hell is an injection going to do when you're being literally burnt alive? It's like, nah, dude, it's fine. 2 of these bad boys, and I'm right as rain.
Hey, I mean, we used to have that good old saying, hey, Smoke, what's in the canister, right? Maybe we can flip that question and go, hey, Doc, what's in the syringe?
I want whatever he's got. If it saves you from being burnt alive, it must be pretty damn good. Must hit pretty diff.
I can smell a nice amount of money that could be earned from that if you could replicate that in real life. You know, you could save some lives.
Immunity
You
to
know, make some
burning.
money.
Saves you from dying to 3rd-degree burns.
Dude, you could go into a volcano without a suit. You just gotta have the syringe, stim yourself a couple of times, go into an active volcano, and be like, "Yo, this looks crazy from within."
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
That was a jump scare and a half. It's not October yet, not time for Halloween, but Moogie decides to do a little bit of a Scream cosplay. Appears right behind him with that Blackbeard. Thankfully, Shurip does escape down the hatch. Moogie's a busy boy, though. Look at him already in Dirt Tunnel, ready to try and push down. We saw some gnarly attacks from CAG, but Enterforce with his Glaz and Blackbeard combo, they're keen to try and meet the same level of aggression. Shurip is back again inside a kitchen,
Jesus.
And he finds a pick. Oh. This is disgusting. Where is that going, my friends? He might not escape a second time. Indeed, he won't. Harper cuts him off on the retreat. Still 1 for 1. Could be worthwhile. I mean, it's goodbye to the Ram. That's a pretty valuable pick.
It is. It's definitely worth it if you CAG. You lose your top fracker of Shuri, but other than that, it's completely valuable. It's very good for them. Moogie kind of has to find some value of his own, though. He's 0-5 on the BP, has to either get his team in the building, have some really great nade usage to dislodge some of those players, force him to a bad spot and get the kill with his teammates, or maybe get down that diffuser. They still got a tons of time to work with. They got the Glass, they got the Dokkaebi with the call remaining. So Interforce, plenty of playmaking potential. Comes to where they want to strike first. For now, CAG, they should just be waiting patiently to try and figure out what's going to be happening. And maybe if Chibisu put down that bulletproof camera that he has in his pocket still.
Yeah, I don't know what Chibisu is doing with that BP in his pocket. He's busy. Oh, he's actually going to reinforce the last wall in the middle of triple at Church. That's
smart.
Yeah.
It's a good idea. Mind you, the only way they can see through the smoke is the bulletproof camera in the pocket of Chibisu. So they literally cannot see anything to counter the Glass. The fact that he has not used the BP could actually make or break this round.
Well, Akasu deploys both of his smokes. That's the only ones available. He sees the breach has been reinforced off. 2 big picks for CAG. Holding on. Goodbye, Moogie. Ineffectual again. Another pick for CAG. Harper, with it all to do, finds nothing. A collapse from Enterforce. They were primed and ready to attack, and they found nothing when they dropped into the bomb site. A very dominant first round of defense for CAG does not bode well for E36.
No, and E36 undercooked that attack. I mean, they died with flashbangs in pocket, 1 smoke in pocket, 2 grenades in pocket, didn't shoot the keeper barriers before they execute, and they also didn't attack together. It was 1 kitchen hatch, 1 third tunnel, 1 blue, 1 motor door with the glass. And the glass was the second last attacker alive. And the reason why that's kind of a big deal is the only way you win that round is interforce. Is either glass will backstab church, get a kill or 2, and then everyone's going to be looking that direction to try and shut him down. While that happens, you push third kitchen hatch, you go for a plant. That's one way to win out of interforce. The other one is if you get a bunch of kills, and glass pushed as second last. That means that you don't have to worry about anybody else but the smoke grenade operator on the motor door on a single small entry pathway. That should be the backstabber, because you're in a bad position. Blue is important, kitchen hatch is important, dirt is important. That's your ways in towards the side to get any sort of map control. You're not gonna take all of church and motor door with a single smoke grenade. So I feel like mistiming, wrong operators in the wrong spots, or just the wrong operators shooting first rather. It seemed like Miyuki pushed the go button a little bit too early on the Blackbeard compared to his counterpart in the glass and Dokkaebi.
Well, CAG, like we said, they're kind of playing a warm-up game. The big hitter is going to be that revenge matchup against DPLUS after this, our grand final here in APAC North. We'd hope for a little bit more of a contest from Interforce based on yesterday's performance against Furex and PSG, but they're just saving strats, right, Nick? This is all... It's time to save up for LAN, and then E36 are going to obliterate Weibo and become the best team in APL, right? And then go to Munich. That's what's happening, right? Yeah, that's what I thought.
That is surely what's happening. When we are saving strats, I was thinking CAG right now, but no, it could be Interforce, of course. Go big or go home type vibe.
Something that I was talking with the boys in the studio about during our break after the first map, Nick, is the one thing that Falls said from DPLUS in his interview after beating CAG yesterday was, yeah, look, they played so scared today. They played so passively. They respected us too much. They gave us too much space, and so we took advantage of it. And he said that that's unusual for CAG. It's unusual for Japanese teams to give team space. And CAG, they are playing up in Interforce's faces now, especially they were on border. I think that if this really could function like a warm-up game for CAG, if it gives them the confidence to play that aggressive, disrespectful play style, and then they do that against DPLUS, maybe they do have a shot at the top dogs.
That's exactly it. If they can treat this like a warm-up and find the winning moments. I mean, look at this right here, right? Get the kill, run back down, look for a second. Of course, DPLUS might be slightly better shots, at least looking at Interforce's performance today. But the mentality of CAG is correct. They get a second, and it's in that right there. That statistically has won you the round. You can still lose it, even if it's going to clutch it.
There's no way.
But he's going to keep going.
He wants it. But, I mean, the rest of the team has obliterated the defense, or the attack, I should say. It doesn't matter whether CAG are on the attacking or defending side. They are always seemingly making that first move. They bide their time. They see their gap. And they deal with Interforce handily. A near flawless round for CAG. A tactical timeout that feels like it may well be too late.
Yeah, and the more important thing for CAG right now is close this out 2-0, reserve as much energy as possible, show as little strats as possible and the maps as possible, and just go into that final, well, the grand final, should I say, with the best odds in your favor. If you go 3-map, you go into some overtimes against Interforce, you're struggling in basics, fundamentals, and you gotta think so hard on problem solving every single round, you're not gonna be at 100% in that second series. That's the benefit of upper bracket. You only have the grand finals today if you're DPLUS. You can watch them play right now, and if you do the map Veto and find like Clubhouse again, for example, you've seen how CAG are attacking Catwalk Rafters and CCTV, right? Next Glass, Grim, aggressive strat. And you can then be like, guys, do we want to play club, play CC, expect this push, either ban the glass or capital, or do we want to have like a counterplay, like a C4, you know, something up our sleeves? And CAG have to be wary of this. So whenever they make these kinds of strats and showing them on stream, they're doing it with the mindset that, okay, it has to work right now, and either we gotta figure out a second solution for DPLUS if we go back to Clubhouse, or we're gonna have to accept the fact that they know exactly what we're gonna be doing. And that's a tough, situation sometimes. Especially when the roster is pretty new with DD-Man coming in from coach to player. They don't have a 6 to 12 months deep strat pool. They have maybe only, or they only have this stage realistically.
10 seconds to go. 5 seconds.
Now, as we get to the end of stage 2 here in APL, it makes me reflect upon the year and how things have changed in this year in each of the 3 subdivisions of the APL. And one thing that has stayed the same despite all kinds of turbulence is CAG's dominance. They obviously dropped off a little bit in stage 1, having to forfeit their matches in the playoffs, but damn did they bounce back quickly. A team that has forever been one of the best in the APL ever since their rise way back in, 2018.
Yeah.
They've had their minute ups and downs, but they've always been near the top of Japan, near the top of APAC North, and near the top of APAC as a whole. Of course, winning 6 Invitational qualifiers at the start of this year was a big one for them. Another land booked, but of course, have to play through the rest of the playoffs before they get there. It's an aggressive push for Interforce. 2 shields, Blitz and Blackbeard, right up against Cash now. Are they going to get a breach onto this wall here into Cash and start abusing these poor defenders? How are they going to deal with the clash, by the way? Anatson.
Yeah.
How are they going to deal with Shureep?
Not a fan of double shield here, to be honest. I feel like you have so few ways in towards the building. They've been impact tricked on all 3 Selma charges. 2 on CC breach, 1 here on the con wall. That means there's actually no way into the bomb site besides a door, catwalk rafters, and red stairs. That's the only ways in. And they have double shield, which means less guns, less firepower, and in this specific instance, less utility. There's no Grim. Capital's banned, Ying is banned. They have some grenades and they have shields. That's really all they can do, and Clash counters every single aspect of that push. And there's a minute and 10 seconds to go, and they're gonna rotate around the building, but I'm not sure where they're gonna go.
Well,
I mean, that's a rat play.
I think Nina's going to die here unless if Shureep... Oh, wow, Shureep doesn't know. Nina doesn't quite have the angle. The problem is still going to be that clash. Wait, if Shureep goes up the stairs, I think Nina's got too close to the ladder.
Yeah.
Nina has to be further back, won't actually find the angle.
No,
Nina hears
Nina.
it. Nina has to go.
Nina.
There's no choice. The lion roars, and the players are locked in place. Needs to find the shot, and he does. Now Rafters control has been taken, but CAG have completely reinforced it off, and Chibisu lands his shots. 1v2 now for him as Anaton goes down. Nina still coming from the top of Rafters as Harper rings out the final lion scan and moves into the site. Can't even find the first one. Harper gets him in the back. Around on the board, much needed for Interforce.
Comes down to some ridiculous problem solving, climbing that ladder and getting Catwalk Vatos control. And then, I mean, CAG just lose the bomb side in the meantime. Nina was only good for 1 kill there. It's a good backstab, but the main push was successful on the frontal side. The clash not super effective, and I think Interforce this time, I didn't really see the full push there, but I do believe they spread out good enough to attack from so many different positions that CAG didn't have many spots that were safe from them. 5-4 still, CAG leading with single around, and they can just go through bomb site rotations, go basement, and afterwards go back up to the gym, and if you're successful in those 2 stronger bomb sites, you will win in regulation 7-4. So Interforce have to do these kinds of attacks that are working out successfully on the more difficult defender favorite sites as well.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
I'm seeing double shields here again. Potentially even triple if Nina sticks this fuse with the shield. You said it didn't look good last round, but it technically worked. I don't know if the shields worked or if the backstab worked.
I mean, all I'm saying is both BB and Blitz, they die pretty early on, so I'm not gonna give the praise to the shield operators there. I think the fragging just worked out from Interforce. Individually, Interforce all showing up in numbers besides Muki, right? 1 and 8, he's playing some Blackbeard, playing some Monty now. He's opting to play more support-oriented operators because he's not finding those kills himself. On the side of CAG, I mean, it's kind of like a full team effort. Akoli 4 and 8, falling a little bit behind, but nobody is stealing the show like on Border, where Shuri was dropping, I don't know, 16, 17, 18 kills.
I think it was 18 kills in 7 rounds for Shuri.
Yeah, I think so.
which is crazy. I mean, that's
Pretty ridiculous.
what, 2 point something kills per round?
Yeah.
Almost 2.5, I think, if I'm not wrong. Crazy. I
That's
think more,
pretty good.
more than 2.5. I don't know. I can't do decimal place maths. It's too hard. Someone
No.
in the chat will figure that out.
Dropped
for
out
me.
of school.
Did you drop out of
It
school?
must be nice to like
Respect.
I did, like my first year of uni. I said,
Oh.
hey, Siege Pro, Miyuki's dead, and so is Jin. Okay.
Oh. All right. Well, that's a rat play for our Kuli. 2 kills. Big ones. As well. Oh, no way.
I was gonna go garage.
This-
That's smart.
What am I
no.
watching?
Oh, he's dead. Oh,
What
he's
am I
dead.
watching? He's outside the goddamn building.
Oh my
That is
God.
disrespectful. Get him. Yeah, that's right. Akali, you've been a bad man. Very bad man. 3v3. Now, Nick, this is realistically still winnable for Enterforce.
It is. It's tough because you have no heart breaching whatsoever, right? That's the biggest thing. The Monty dead, the Hibana is dead, the hatches are closed.
Yeah, wow.
Again, this seems like last round. They have very few ways in the building. They can only walk down a staircase or drop the motor hatch. So they have blue, they have main stairs, they have bar and motor hatch. That's the 3 points of entry they have available. If third tunnel is soft, and there are 3 spare reinforcements here from CAG, so I think it's gonna be soft. They could open up, yeah, it is. They can open up the dirt walls too. So they have 4 ways in the bomb site. They have 3 players in an even number situation, but CAG have Echo. They can put Yoka Jones in 2 of those 4 spots and know that it's clear.
No nades left, though. Just the smokes.
Yeah.
Once of the ash breaches is all he's got. As he starts to make his way forward, it's an aggressive play into Arsenal. Chibisu low on HP, but Nina's gone down. Akasu needs to have some deadly weight behind this pistol into the 1v2, and he is so confused, no idea how to play it. Keeps tossing the shield back on his back. It's 1 kill for Chibisu, but not enough. CAG finally on that match point that they have been searching for. 2 rounds required from Enterforce to push at the distance, and I'm not sure they'll get there, Nick. These attacks have not been inspired enough to come up against the might of CAG.
Yeah, a mixture of not being too inspiring, but also CAG getting away with the most ridiculous things, right? Hiding in bar, close talked on the main door, getting 2 kills in Monty and Hibana. Probably the 2 highest that he kills possibly. Interforce are trying to force these shields, whether it's Miyuki on Blackbeard or Monty, whether it's Akasu on the Blitz, and honestly, they don't strike me as a huge shield team. Akasu did not seem very comfortable in that 3-on-3, pushing the bomb side previously, sprinting back and forth, flipping from shield away from shield to the pistol. I don't know if that's the solution that they need. If it all goes well and they have 5 players alive, I don't think playing a shield is the end of the world, but they're not clutch enough with those shield operators where in the 3-on-3 in numbers disadvantage that they can get enough value, I think, out of the operators. They attack gym now. Like I said, they have to win either basement or gym at least once here to have a fighting chance. Then if the lucky CG goes bar or CCTV, the tertiary and 4th bomb site, that's going to be a lot easier. Or they go gym back to back.
Yeah.
Interforce know what they're up against. They just got to be successful in picking it apart.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like if you look back, right, first 2 rounds of this half with CAG convincingly winning Church and Gym. The 1 round that Enderforce gets is on cash, and even then it wasn't pretty. And then back down to the basement, easy win for CAG again. I mean, maybe not as easy. I guess Enderforce have brought it a bit closer. I mean, this is an important round, of course. They're going to have to go back-to-back winning this, and then winning it again. Or winning cash if CAG decide to go there. A lot of damage on the Chibisu early. Don't know where that's happened. I just realized Anaton's on 12 kills as well.
He's been shagging. It's been good. I love a good any game. I feel like he used to be the #1, like most spoken of player in the roster for quite some time.
Absolutely.
Always the crazy Monty, the aggression, but he often plays more usual operators now. Like not hard support, but more like flex operator. You don't have his occasional round of Monty or occasional round of Glass or whatever, but nowadays I feel like Shureep, Chibisu, and even DD because of his story are taking that spotlight. He's showing up, Lion Charge, Blitz Wash on in, they're gonna over fast attack here in office.
Akasu still not damaged. Nitro Cell takes him low, but still he survives. Not for long. Akali goes massive inside of Office. Shurip and Chibisu now have to clutch up. Nina and Mugi to keep Enterforce in the tournament. Chibisu is low on HP. Shurip opening up more angles. Still 2 gas babes remain. But not a lot of utility here for E36 to work with. It's not going to be an easy push, as actually a cluster charge from the Fuse clears out one of those Keebers. Mugi in Office. How do they play this?
Again, I said it earlier, they gotta use the shield operators, and when they're in even numbers, it can be quite tricky for them. Nina, oh actually, sorry, I thought Fuse at the AK, the pistol was shown earlier, I'm wrong. No shields is better for them, I think, here. They got good guns, and Chibisu low on health. One by the window, one in Office, the attackers are playing spread apart. They gotta win their ones.
And so Nina bides his time on the window. Chibisu a pre-fire. He's so keen, but he's also low on HP, and he's caught. A risk taken, ill-advised for CAG, and they shut down both players. Enterforce are not done yet in the 2v2. They stand up. One more round to push overtime. With match point still waiting for CAG to deliver.
Question is the bomb side, right? As I said, do you go back to gym for CAG after losing it? Or do you go to that tertiary CCTV where Interforce, they were successful previously, despite being locked out with the impact triggering, with the Selma charges? This is giving Enterprise a really good shot at going to OT. Yeah, it's gonna be CCTV bomb site. So the one thing they have to do right now is not pick the A's and just stick to Thermite. Last time, they played the A's, 2 Selma charges went on the CC wall, both got impact tricked. 1 wind connector wall also got impact tricked. They had no way in. By playing the Thermite and you having banned away the mirror, there's no tomfoolery that can happen around the breach where you can't guarantee the wall to be opened up. For CG right now, I feel like there was a really good possibility here of playing like Bandit 2 Brow or just a Bandit and try and sneak around that way, because we've seen no wall play at all in this BO3, and it would be a big curveball to Interforce. I haven't had to think about that, problem solve it. They're not playing Sophia below, they're not really playing verticality, they're going for these direct attacks, right? I think Interforce has a better situation here. They got Therma for the wall, they got Monty that can take like Carrot Rafters, for example, go for a roam clear. It comes down to CAG having to make a play somewhere in this round, or for Interforce to make a glaringly like big mistake. Otherwise, I generally think we go to OT.
Big call, Nick. Let's see if E36 can hack it. Oh, it's not a good start. That's Nina going down. That's one of the most pivotal players for E36 as well. One of the core fraggers.
Yeah.
I mean, him and Akasu are top fragging at the moment, but Akasu's on the shield this round. He's not going to be doing a lot of delivering on the fragging department. How do E36 clear this Rafters position and set their focus up on cache CCTV? It's going to be all around this Monty, isn't it? That's the focus.
Yeah.
But with no sledge, how are they going to breach the walls at the bottom of the garage and start nading the players from below?
They're gonna have to flourish on the soft walls, then use the grenades from Lion to then try and clear the catwalk player. Or they just gotta go and do this in a very budget scuffed version, where the flourish drones won't be successful, and they won't breach the soft wall either. And that means they're gonna walk in Garrett's door. So I think it comes down to a little bit of acts of desperation, the budget version of a good strat. I don't know if this is gonna be enough though. The barbed wire I think cleared out now, bottom garage. Yep, the walls are still intact. Akasu and the Monty has to either find a huge pick somehow, which should not be allowed by CAG, or someone else has to make a mistake. Oh,
so perfect. Akasu stunned up by the Yokais. It's him all alone now at the top for Enterforce. And CAG are toying with him. It was a good run, but for Enterforce, a swift exit from the tournament. For CAG, it's another shot at the crown, and a rematch is calling. The stage is set for our grand final. Japan versus Brazil.
Well, they entered with force and they left forcefully. There's no two ways about it. Unfortunately, that concludes E36's time here in the APAC North playoffs. But job's done, Michael, for them. The job was done the second they beat BNK Fearex, bloody 3 games ago now.
Yeah, look, they showed a little bit more resilience here on map 2, but again, Cyclops just a little more polished across the board. They stepped up in a couple of those close 50-50 rounds. It was certainly chaotic, not to say Border wasn't, but even more so here on Club, there were, you know, some classic CAG meme plays as well throughout the entirety of this map, but yeah, just a little bit more clean across the board and able to get that result across the line. So it sets them up nicely for that rematch against DPLUS that we saw back in the upper bracket final. And, you know, a 2-0 and a relatively quick match means that Cyclops should go into that pretty fresh. And again, quite an important matchup for Cyclops. So intrigued to see if they can bounce back against DPLUS in that upcoming match.
Yeah, what are your thoughts on CAG here?
I think that they've timed their run nicely. To be fair, the only outlier for CAG this stage has probably been that upper bracket final against DPLUS, right? Like, you look at their numbers across the board, the best team when it comes to opening kills, the best team when it comes to their attack, they're top 3 for defense. So all the numbers suggest they're a really, really good team. And they showed that again in this second map on Clubhouse, where from the 12 rounds played, they only dropped 3 rounds in terms of, they only dropped 3 opening deaths. So DPLUS only got 3 opening kills, that was it. So again, they're so aggressive early. They got really good attacks. We saw that on the first map of Border as well, and then even in the first half, getting 3 attacks on Club. We know that we were speaking to Joker yesterday. Clubhouse plays a little bit differently in APAC North, but I think CAG themselves play it better and more akin to what you see a little bit more on the global scale, and just look really well-rounded. And honestly, a solid little warm-up game now for their grand final rematch against DPLUS KIA.
Yeah, I'm sure DPLUS was sitting back watching that one unfold and kind of, I guess, starting to take their own notes. Already beating them in the upper bracket kind of changes that a little bit, because I feel as though DPLUS went into that game very prepared. They knew what to expect from CAG. And the talking point was how respectful CAG was as a team. They played a bit slower when it was against DPLUS, and they took advantage of it. But I feel as though, guys, looking at this map in particular, well, sorry, even just series, don't even worry about the map. I think we've got a very good idea heading into DPLUS that CAG are going to be on the front foot, not the back foot. But guess what? Sometimes we miss out on interviews in upper bracket matches just so we get the interview post one of the most important matches of their careers. Cully joins us here. My friend, hello. Wow, it's lovely to see you. Unfortunately, we didn't get to talk to you about the upper bracket match that you played earlier this week. But I do just want to kind of go back to that, and I want to just talk to you, rather than looking at the Interforce game, how does it feel to have made the APAC playoffs, and kind of what are your thoughts around the major qualifiers as it is?
I mean, first, it feels good to play in playoffs, you know, because in stage 1 we had like a little bit of a accident, you know. Yes. But yeah, it feels good, and the major qualifier, excited. I'm excited to go to Melbourne.
Yep.
It's my first time, so yeah.
We'll welcome you with open arms. Don't worry about it. Jakey boy?
Cully, we know TD's been around for a long time, former player, then coach, now back in again. What's he added to the roster for this stage that's seen you guys clearly get back to your best?
Definitely, he's our IGL, so he's definitely like holding us down, like, not like before, like we're just 5 people who's like good at gun skill, but like, to be honest, like we're just brain dead. So like we needed that IGL. We needed that IGL guy. So yeah, he's been doing a phenomenal job.
Obviously, big game coming up very, very soon. That rematch against DPLUS. What's it going to take to get revenge? Obviously, last time out, both of the maps were close, but unfortunately, it was a 2-0 loss. How do you try to bounce back from that?
I feel like we weren't playing as confident yesterday than today, so yeah, definitely it was it's not that DPLUS was good, but it wasn't our day yesterday. So today, yeah, we're gonna win it.
Just on that, we actually spoke to Falls yesterday in the conversation. It's interesting you're bringing this up about kind of playing with confidence. He said that they noticed that you were playing slower, and for CAG, that feels like a crazy thing to hear come out of another opponent's mouth, knowing that you are an explosive team at the best of times. So when you go into this matchup, do you have specific ideas on how you want to play it, or is this kind of just going in focused on your game?
Well, I don't want to say too much because the D plus guys are probably watching.
I've got to try. What
Yeah,
what can you give us?
Definitely not slower.
Okay.
A little quicker.
Okay,
Yeah.
cool.
That's all. That's all I can say. That's all I can say.
No, that's awesome, boys. Any other questions from you?
No, best of luck and looking forward to seeing you in Melbourne.
Thank you.
Well,
you too. You too.
Thanks for wrapping up the interview, I guess. I guess we'll just see you later, mate. We'll see you in Melbourne if we don't see you after.
See you in Melbourne.
Ciao, mate. Phenomenal work from you. It's just all of the day's work. Thanks very much. See you later.
Great work from you, though.
Oh.
Because you brought up the Falls interview and them playing slower, and I actually think that's really the main difference. If you kind of look at their attacks, they've been the best attacking team in APAC North all group stage, and then you go and look at that upper bracket final, they've got 3 attacking round wins across 2 maps. Like, that is actually not what you would typically see out of CAG, and as we just saw in this series, more of what they can actually do. And even going back last time into the group stage when CAG did actually beat DPLUS, that was on Border, they got 4 attacking rounds. So on that one map of Border, you got more attacking rounds than you did in the entire upper bracket final. So if they're going to beat DPLUS, they need to get the attacking rounds. If they struggle on attack again, DPLUS will win.
Well, I mean, today's a pretty good indicator. I don't think they will struggle on attack going. Was it, I think, something in the realm of 6 attacks on Border successfully, and then into 3 on Clubhouse. It's pretty decent. But look, I'm excited for this one. Obviously, context has been given from our Cully, so we look forward to what will be on the other side of this short break, which I'm telling you right now, you don't want to miss. It's the APAC North Grand Final.
You know how they say it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Can I drink some water?
Yeah, you can have some water.
This thing looks very dangerous.
Next, we have this one. Pina Picante. It's got pineapple, but I'm told that that's how they trick you. You think it's sweet, and then the spice comes.
This looks very dangerous.
Lots. Yeah, go. Yes! All right, try that for me. So Mephi, you just got back from EWC, Esports World Cup. It's your 7th international esports event that you've played. You've played against so many international teams that are so much better than what you get to play here in APAC. What's it like playing against the best teams in the world?
항상 노력을 해서 좋은 결과를 만들어내려고 하고 있지만 결과는 뜻대로 따르지 않아서 되게 기분이 많이 아쉽긴 한데 그래도 강팀이랑 할 때마다 아는 걸 배워가면서 성장하고 있다는 걸 느끼기 때문에 계속 열심히 하면은 계속해서 좋은 결과를 만들어낼 것 같습니다.
What do you take away from Esports World Cup? What do you think you learned?
I learned Saudi is hot and food is good. Yeah, but this is a shock. Honestly, we arrived before 2 days ago tournament, so we didn't have many times to practice. So we couldn't good practice before game.
Do you like it? You just had some more. Is it good?
Very spicy.
No spicy?
Yeah.
Just you wait. Just you wait. What do you think you're going to do differently next time, next event, so that you can go even further?
그냥 더 열심히 하고 많은 걸 시도하고 그때그때 나오는 아이디어를 인게임에서 적응시키는 거를 우선으로 하면은 좀 더 괜찮아질 것 같다고 생각을 합니다.
You really like that? It's good? Yeah, yeah.
It's okay.
You must be hungry.
Mirror, mirror on the wall. Who's about to kick some serious ass? Remember, I'll be watching. Now you see me, now you don't. Get ready! I'm taking them out! Changing mags. I got this. Got my eyes on you. Located enemy.
OMW, on my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW. OMW, on my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW. Watch me walk away, putting myself on display. 1, 2, 3 a day. I'm on my way, on my way. I'ma have you on tiptoes, watching my diamond afterglow. I know you wanna take me home. I'm on my way, on my way. OMW, on my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW. OMW, on my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW. On my way, on my way. They wanna judge me, I'll testify. Catch me on Insta, I'm verified. They want me quiet, I amplify. I'm on my way to the best thing that you've ever seen. You know that you bow to the queen. You lose all your senses and reason. I'll give you something to believe in. OMW, on my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW. OMW, on my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW. On my way, on my way. On my way, on my way. Yeah, OMW. Nothing left to prove. So enjoy the view, taking a picture like Malibu. I'ma have you on tiptoes, watching my diamond afterglow. I know you wanna take me home. I'm on my way, on my way. OMW, on my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW. OMW, on my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW. Honey, let me spill the tea on all these haters all love me. Broke up all the killing it, winning attitude. 당당하게 올라가, see my altitude. 나랑 맞서 싸우면, baby, you would lose. If I wasn't me, I get it, I would hit me too. I can do it better, I can do it faster. 내리에 스며들게 주문을 걸어봐, yeah. I can go much longer, I am so much stronger. 내리에 스며들게 주문을 걸어봐, yeah. 자신과의 싸움에서 지면 야구르지. 매일매일 일어나서 부터 보는 거지. Look in the mirror, say you're a winner. 주문을 걸어봐, yeah. In a bad mood, 바꿔버려 in a hurry. 꿀꿀한 기분 털어버려, I don't worry. Get through the weather, feeling get better. 주문을 걸어봐, yeah. I can do it better, I can do it faster. 내리에 스며들게 주문을 걸어봐, yeah. I can go much longer, I tested by the motion. Loving this devotion. Live it up, sweet emotion. Every time, every night, you and I on a roll. Switch it up, switch it up, switch it up where I'm going. Stay on the fly just in time, know the right way to go. I'm on the road, it's my time, taking control of my life. I want to run the red lights, I've got to run this show. You always take me so high, you always make the highlights. I love the way we vibe, you're like a centerfold. Ooh, that sugar sweet, you got what I need. Sipping on the potion, all that good emotion, just my kind of heat. Keep it on repeat, tested by the motion, loving this devotion. Ooh, that sugar. All I want is satisfaction. Make a move, baby, you got nothing to lose. Give me that, give me that, give me that good reaction. Gonna make it right, little like an offer I can't refuse. I'm on the road, it's my time, taking control of my life. I want to run the red lights, I've got to run this show. You always take me so high, you always make the highlights. I love the way we vibe, you're like a centerfold. Ooh, that sugar sweet, you got what I need. Sipping on the potion, all that good emotion, just my kind of heat. Keep it on repeat, tested by the motion, loving this devotion. Ooh, that sugar Ooh, that sugar Ooh, that sugar sweet, you got what I need. Sipping on the potion, all that good emotion, just my kind of heat. Keep it on repeat, tested by the motion, loving this devotion. Ooh, that sugar, just my kind of heat. Ooh, that sugar. Sipping on the potion, all that good emotion. Ooh, that sugar.
I've been thinking, 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 thinking about you. 아무리 고개를 흔들어도 난 네 생각만 하고 있을 뿐. 아무리 딴짓해봐도 난 너의 목소리만 들릴 뿐. Oh, 있으면 내 here with me. Oh, 가득 심장이면 please tell me. 빨리 고백해볼까? 눈 감고 말해볼까? 미치겠어 only you, 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 you. 이런 건 처음이야. 너무 숨이 좀 나. I've been thinking about it all. I've been thinking about you, boy. Yeah, yeah. All I think about is you, boy. All I think about is yeah. Yeah, yeah. All I think about is you, boy. All I think about is yeah. 내 맘 아는 사람 손들어 하여 우리 눈엔 완벽한 lover. 내 맘 아는 사람 손들어 하여 우리 눈엔 완벽한 lover. 다가가도 괜찮겠지? 다른 애들보다 내가 훨씬 단단하게 걸어가면 다들 속닥 속닥 My confidence is shooting through the roof. 아무리 고개를 흔들어도 난 네 생각만 하고 있을 뿐. 아무리 딴짓해봐도 난 너의 목소리만 들릴 뿐. Oh, 있으면 내 here with me. Oh, 가득 심장이면 please tell me. 빨리 고백해볼까? 눈 감고 말해볼까? 미치겠어 only you, 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 you. 이런 건 처음이야. 너무 숨이 좀 나. I've been thinking about it all. I've been thinking about you, boy. Yeah, yeah. All I think
I do want to fall into our next match. That's for damn sure. I hope people could hear the fall off of that song. Otherwise, that's going to seem so strange. New desk joining me, James Devmana Stewart. We've got Nicholas Pengu Maritson. How you doing, my friend?
Doing pretty good, man. We've had some banger play days. It's been a bit of a grind here in APL, going back to back days. But we got great company. You, Rob, producers, observers, casters, analyst people. It's been a great time.
That's how I know you're capping. You started with me. That's a cap. I already know it.
Yeah, my favorite person that we work with here are the observers.
Absolutely not. Absolutely.
Because they have no social skills, so it's very easy. We can just sit around on our phones.
I prefer the kebab shop boss man down the road. He is the one that I can absolutely. You know what, Nick? If you ever do make it to Melbourne, I'm telling you right now, kebab shop boss man. It's a spiritual experience here in Melbourne.
I do like me a good kebab, I'm not gonna lie to you.
Yeah, and it's one that all the players that are currently competing in this next lobby are going to be able to enjoy because they are on their way to Melbourne. But we do have to conclude the APAC North playoffs before we do. We need to crown a champion, and probably more important than that, Dev, we need to give SI points.
Yeah, I think they go hand in hand. Yeah. Right, there's two parts to this. Of course, DPLUS Falls already said it in the interview after he qualified. That really what his focus is now, before that LAN event in Melbourne, is giving to DPLUS the victory that he thinks that the team deserves. Of course, he sang the praises of the organization that has supported that Brazilian roster. Of course, these guys, unlike Elevate, over from Brazil, they have been here in the Asia-Pacific region since, I believe it was before the Reload event. Basically, since what SI ended, I think almost
something
all
around
year long.
March. Yeah, that sounds.
So it's been more than 6 months here. The guys have been living in presumably Korea. I don't know exactly which part of the country they've been in, and they have been using the DPLUS facilities. The organization has really supported them, and Falls, of course, has plenty of good things to say. And he wants this to be his gift to them, a championship here. Of course, they failed to do so in stage 1. They lost the upper bracket final and then came through to the grand final through the lower bracket and lost that as well. Now they have a chance here to take that crown. And of course, FearX, they've already gone. So it's not going to be their Korean rivals that'll be challenging them. No, it's the best Japanese team we have in the region.
And Nick, I don't know if you got to catch the end of Akali's interview earlier. And by earlier, I mean like literally 15 minutes ago. No, that's okay. I'll give you the context. And for context for everyone at home, because 15-minute break, people leave and go do things and then come back and all that fun stuff. So we just spoke to Akali about obviously making packs, absolutely rip-roar of time. Can't wait for it. Really looking forward to competing against all the teams. However, we did bring up the interview that we had with Falls, where Falls said they were nowhere near aggressive enough. Maybe they respected us a bit too much, but regardless, they played too slow. And Akali's answer was simple. He said, "I'm not giving anything away, but we won't be playing slow." So it feels as though CAG learned from their upper bracket mistake.
Yeah, that might be the case, and I actually did some thinking on the matchup in front of us, right? CHG DPLUS, and thought, if I was CHG, how would I make the opposite happen and beat the team who beat me before? And I think it comes down to not playing the same game every single round. And what I mean by that is CHG, last time they played DPLUS, they were too slow. If today they're gonna go fast, I don't think they should go fast every single round. I think that the goal right now against DPLUS is to change your pace. Go slow here that round, then go fast this one. Because what DPLUS seem to be so good at in this entire playoffs BO3 bracket is reading their opponent and adapting round by round. And give them 2 or 3 rounds of the same playstyle, they're gonna counter you and they're gonna get mad comfortable. So CHG, change the pace, do the fast, do the slow, Shuib crazy entry, Anakin, utility masterclass, utilize both sides of your playstyle.
Yeah, and I'm not surprised if CAG are able to swing straight out of the gates, because that's exactly what we saw against Enterforce in their match earlier today. Of course, 7-0 on border. Shuib, he has been unbelievable. He is the best player in APAC North, but what's more than that, I mean, he got 30 kills in that previous series and died only 11 times, right? That's a 2.8 KD. He is unbelievable. One of the best statistical results I've ever seen. 18 kills on border. Unbelievable.
In 19 rounds.
Yeah, exactly. 18 kills in the first 7 rounds, by the way. In that 7-0, 18 kills, one of the best KPR results I've ever seen. And CAG, when they're hot, when they're swinging, when they're playing the way that Falls is describing, aggressive, confident, they are the best attacking team in the league. And it's not close. On the flip side, DPLUS are the best defending team in the league. So it's unstoppable force meets immovable object.
Yeah, fire with fire or water with fire or fire with water, whichever way you look at it. I'm looking forward to this one because two ends of the spectrum in terms of Siege. You've got a team all the way from Brazil, a team all the way from Japan. It just feels like a great coming together of what the APAC North has become. But there was a conversation about DD. Now, one thing we'd said, Nick, going into Stage 2 is, you know, this team actually looks best, the best that we've seen them in a hot minute. And Akali actually expanded upon that a little earlier in the interview, saying that, confirming, I should say, that DD is taking over responsibility of the IGL role. And he kind of said tongue-in-cheek, you know, kind of jokingly, before DD, we were just 5 unbelievable fraggers with no brain cells, basically. Yeah. I'm purely just paraphrasing.
It's not wrong, though.
But it's not wrong, which is why now we're giving them so much praise. But is it enough praise for them to turn around a 24-hour kind of performance against DPLUS? I'm not entirely convinced.
I think we can hype this up and be like, CG can win, they can make the comeback happen, lower bracket around the whole thing. But at the end of the day, similar to Interforce, the length they've gone to and how well they've played getting here, that in itself is a huge success because, again, this is a roster who lost a player and had to figure out a solution on the fly. DD, former player, current coach, come back to playing. I guess you IGL too, by the way, play support, plan, do the whole shebang. We'll just keep shooting, and they find all this success. That in itself is a massive victory for this roster, and despite the result today in the Grand Finals, they have now a little bit of time to cook up some new stuff for the LAN event to come.
Well, how about we have a look at the Veto, because I feel as though this could get very interesting. I would just love to see us go back to border after what we saw from CSG earlier. But Skyscraper and Bank first off the docket.
Wouldn't mind Clubhouse.
What is in?
Yeah, and I mean, both maps are floating at the moment. Labs into Cafe. Okay. Well, it's still in. Both Clubhouse and Border are still in.
Oh.
Okay. Nick, what are your just initial thoughts on this?
So I just wanted to get Clubhouse because I want to see how many different variations CG can bring on their attacking side, and I want to see how DPLUS will now counter those strats because they just saw them use them up against Interforce. So that was like, I want to see Clubhouse no matter what. Nighthaven Labs, extremely neutral territory for most pro teams. It gets played in the vast majority of BO3s at the highest level of play. So the only real like wildcard for me is going to be Cafe, but that's a map that I know CG can play and love quite a lot. Yeah. But also Brazil as a whole region also loves that map. So I think this could really go either way.
Yeah, no, to me, the thing that's really exciting about this video, Rob, is these are 3 very overplayed maps between both teams. Like, both of these teams play these maps a hell of a lot. There are no curveballs thrown here. These are all maps that I expect top tier Siege out of both of them. And so, yeah, it could be a 2-0 either direction. It could be a 2-1 either direction. I'm just so stoked because I think that this is a real chance for CAG. I think that warm-up game earlier against Interforce was exactly what they needed to get a fire beneath them and get them to play that aggressive playstyle that they need. And of course, the Brazilians are looking pretty pumped up as well.
Yeah, that's kind of scary. The Brazilian roster has done an incredible job in APAC North, and I want to make sure we take a moment to kind of give them their flowers, because going into this grand final, this is the best part. We don't know what's going to happen. Anything can happen over the next 3 maps. I mean, who knows if we even get to a 3rd map, but you've got to give credit where credit is due. They've been respectful this entire time, and they have played their best. However, will it be enough for a wounded, a scary beast like Cyclops? It's time for us to get underway with our grand final here in the APAC North region. It's exciting. It will be the conclusion of this as we head to PAX, to the major qualifier. And, well, major games deserve major casters. Unfortunately, they're not available, but these 2 are.
Is he talking about us? I was expecting someone else to come on.
Pretty sure we were at the last major.
Yeah, true. Well, we head into another grand final. Weibo took out Asia, APAC North to be decided now between DPLUS KIA and CAG. A repeat of the upper bracket final where DPLUS won 2-0 on Clubhouse and Bank. We go Labs, Cafe, and if needed, it may come back down to that Clubhouse, which was a 7-5. It was the closest of that upper bracket final. Into the bands we go for the opening map of Labs. The pick of DPLUS KIA, Kaid Montang, the first band, which Monty, throughout this stage, has now become the most banned operator in Siege. I'm mainly referencing APAC North, but I'm pretty certain that may be global.
Probably a fairly educated guess. Bandit Blackbeard to round it off.
Kaid's up there as well. Kaid and
the Kaid Bandit combination
Ying,
has prevailed. It's quite popular.
There's quite a few that are really soaking up the majority of those slots, but this is a combination, as you said, that's very, very popular. Command server, we go for the opening round. CAG on defense. Preface before as well, at the conclusion of the lower bracket final. For CAG, they're at their best when they're attacking and they're aggressive on attack and they're getting fast rounds and multi-kills and they're flexing their muscles. They didn't quite do that in the upper bracket final against DPLUS KIA. They were far more subdued. Only the 3 attacking rounds found in the 2 maps that they played. While they don't get the opportunity in the first half to find those attacking rounds, not even Labs in general is already quite difficult to find said attacking rounds, so they're going to need a strong defensive half to begin.
10 seconds left before insertion.
And hoping for an enthralling contest between these two. And the stakes rather high. SI points could really be a determining factor as to who qualifies for Paris in early 2026. And given how things have now shuffled out, qualifying on point rankings is now a little more challenging.
And no regional finals for DPLUS, but there is regional finals for CAG, but neither of the two teams, of course, winning in stage 1, which was FearX. APAC North is just a mess when it comes to those SI points. Of course, both teams will be at the major qualifier LAN in PAX Melbourne. So both will have an opportunity to get an extra 150 points here, then try and make the major, then try and get some more points there. A lot on the line. And I think when you're CAG as well, when you lose that upper bracket final, you want to make amends, and that's a good way to do it. It's DD who finds the, well, not the opening kill, technically it was Alkali. Alkali must have got the down. DD then technically confirmed it. Open pick, though, for CAG on the defense, top floor. Always a good sign. Blitz still up for Nears. Has got himself towards Rafters. CAG need to be mindful if he opts for a push in to clear out a play like Alkali that they've got the ability to get the trade. He goes pistol. Oh, good play from behind. If you falls, though, inside of IT, playing behind Nears, gets the down onto Sharif, who had an explosive lower bracket final performance against Enterforce. Hence why DD going for the revive, though falls in the meantime. Got Arcully and DPLUS have been able to shred this CAG defense here on top floor. Must win fight here for Jibitsu, but it does not matter. Command server taken by DPLUS. Felt like a slight hesitation to begin in the round. They lost the opening player, and despite that, then they were able to steamroll top floor. A great sign for the Brazilians to kickstart this grand final.
Yeah, they're able to sustain a really high level of pressure there onto those defensive positions. They really forced CAG to use the key barrier as a stall at utility. They didn't provide a ton of protection on the objective, and DPLUS did a really good job in just breaking it down. The timing on the trade attempts from CAG was off as well, which gave them those pockets of opportunity to, you know, shoulder peek and sneak into sight, get kills, fall back, etc. The defense of CAG struggling to maintain pressure on their end. They got caught pillar as well, 2 players, and they got caught in the sweep. Kind of all went wrong after a strong start to the round. So good resilience on display there from DPLUS.
We got the opportunity to speak to DPLUS a couple of days ago prior to Asia finishing. Ended up asking them sort of their thoughts on where they stood against the likes of Elevate, the other Brazilian import team, and they felt pretty confident in their ability, and I think they were looking forward to maybe playing Elevate at the major qualifier LAN, and Elevate didn't end up qualifying. DPLUS KIA did. You think about that Elevate roster and the hype coming into this stage for Asia, and I think it's fair to say that their hype was certainly a lot more than DPLUS KIA's Brazilian roster, and yet this particular team will get the opportunity to get to Munich and have the opportunity to do a hell of a lot more as well if they win this grand final, get to Munich, get points. Who knows what their future may hold. Ball's taking a little bit of early damage on the glass. Top floor roam for CAG when it comes to Sharif over towards Rafters at the moment. But DPLUS KIA looking for a more horizontal direct hit into basement.
Yeah, utility layered, but Anita does find the first. Second also falls. That's diffuser on the ground.
Well, it's forced the Glass to go in and stick this kid as well. Falls may be able to do this, and even if he does, and he does in the end, it's now 2v5.
Midi has to find a couple, but there's one hard right.
Yeah.
Dead. And CAG will trade out the round.
Needed that one. That would have made a 1v4, one less to trade. Another opportunity. Does get the down onto Jibitsu, then up close. Didn't quite get the down onto Sharif. Now he does convert it. Numbers, though, always with CAG, as much as Falls will try. And he did an okay job as the solo Glaz. But the work done in the round there was on the entry denial by CAG. They take basement 1-1 here in the grand final.
Good work right here from Aniton. Cully as well held down the line with the SMG, finding that double entry. Essentially throws the entire attack off there. You have to have at least 4 up for the post.
I do wonder if they kind of just droned out the fact that there was no Warden available for CAG. And so that maybe they then wanted to play into their own win con, which was the Glad Smokes. If they had got that kit down without losing numbers, they certainly win that round. But you have to be mindful of the vert up above, and that was the difference maker in the end with no first floor pressure. Very easy hold then for CAG. They will go back to top floor, as they should. No point going to tertiary before closing out command server. Final round of the first half of the first half. Bans to come into effect again after this round. Hazard to guess, it'll be the blitz for CAG. Started well, though, in terms of their opening kills. CAG picked up the opening kill in the first 2 rounds. And a lively start here for the grand final. And for the second round straight, it is DPLUS bringing the Glaz.
Yeah, Glaz might be utilized over towards that top blue hit. It's also quite strong for IT and holding that line and getting entry, and then you can hold the cross into the side itself. We'll see what DPLUS look to opt for. You can see Aniton there in the pip lurking basement. He was hidden during the prep phase, and so DPLUS will likely be unaware of that. And of course don't have the IQ to directly counter the Valkyrie either. Just posturing IT breach currently. They have some Grim util to space out that entry point. Well, Falls aggressive. Gets caught but survives. Nitro Cell though.
Big.
Can't dodge that.
Opening kill again for CAG.
Guys on the move.
Yeah, so Nears is going to go Rafters side. So not blue, not IT, not even Con Midi. He's going to go Rafters, and he finds the pick onto Akali. Deals with the Azami, who wanted to defend this Rafters position. So they reinforce up. Oh, big reaction time, though, by Sharif. Nears wanted to catch him on the reinforce. Jibitsu deals with Mitty. Massive advantage now for CAG. 2 versus 4. Bullet creeps on up. Knows there's going to be one on the left side of this mirror window. Sharif will play the counter. Nitrocell thrown out by Aniton. Leffy taken low. And caught in the doorway by DD. CAG will take this top floor after succumbing in the opening round.
Drone hole. Yeah, good work there from CAG.
Not just drone hole, he only shot him in the heel.
Yeah, they did a good job finding that initial pick, and whilst the guys did offer that counter pressure over towards Rafters, then they traded that out. Left pretty few options there for DPLUS. Like to play into the mirror, the layering of the smoke util. It was better disrupted there from the defense in comparison to round number 1, where DPLUS kind of had their way and we were able to dictate the momentum of the round a little bit more. Round 4 will be the first time we see the tertiary. It's storage control as anticipated.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
And there's the replay of the prior round. Niers was probably, unfortunately, the difference maker in that round, but unfortunately not in a good way. Tried to catch the timing on the mirror deployment, and with his death, it then meant that others weren't in position. Off the back of that, had he found that opening and could have thrown the structure of the site into disarray, then maybe his teammates would have been able to get in on the action. So, pretty calculated risk. Just fell short by a couple tenths of a second, but it was a difference maker.
10 seconds remaining.
Well, despite all of the good for CAG, and there's certainly been a lot of good to begin in the opening 3 rounds, they did lose that top floor, which has given DPLUS KIA already that early attacking round. 3 rounds to go. They probably only need 1 more, hence then the importance on a site like Control Storage, the tertiary site, if won by CAG, would then set them up going into the last 2 rounds where they can play the primaries. Sharif aggressive here towards control window. Midi was the one outside on the twitch. That would have been a wonderful opening kill, but Midi will back away from that position. Structure for CAG here is rather default. They're going to look to defend IT to deny that storage plant from above. Always 2 ways to deal about this kind of hold. If you're DPLUS KIA, you can either play into that IT, clear them out, or you can look for control. Most of the time, the attacking team will look to poke and prod this top floor. Nitro shot. Good reaction by Falls. But then he just overhangs, leaves his head vulnerable, and Arkali will collect the free kill. That's now 4 rounds straight that CAG have been able to get themselves a 5 versus 4 advantage with no trades by DPLUS KIA.
And it's the sole primary hard breach as well. That's a big win for Cyclops. You just feel like if they convert this, they're starting to get a little bit on top early on here. Map 1 of the series and the selection of DPLUS.
I think at this point you have to go control, but now they lose Niers. Levy trying to just get the pick here on the back of the command server through electrical. Ooh. Oh, that's an overstep. I mean, at that point, though, what else was he going to do? Couldn't just hold in electrical forever. At some point, you have to force the issue. Midi through blue hallway. And at the moment, not seeing anything because the majority of the defenders are Rafters and IT. They give up command server. It's been taken by DPLUS KIA. And they can actually get this revive onto Levy. Swing from Anaton. Unsuccessful, but good perceived pressure here by CAG heading into the final minute. DPLUS are going to have to be perfect from here on in the 4th round.
Yeah, good from Anaton. Still deep in IT. Well, it's not quite flawless for Cyclops, but this 4th round has been well executed.
Very good.
DPLUS KIA will be able to have a successful res here. So a 2v4 for the closing stages, but with little time and very little HP.
I mean, losing Falls and not being able to fully open up IT just did not then give DPLUS KIA enough avenue to put pressure on that top floor, made it a bit more one-dimensional and easy to kind of read. You were then able to also fall back into a position like Rafters and IT. DPLUS will play the round out, but it's formalities from here. CAG are going to go 3-1 up. They are on defense labs, and the expectation is for them to, of course, do well in the first half, and so far they're doing that. And they go around the world. Basement, top floor, and the tertiary site all covered off by CAG in the subsequent 3 rounds. 4 rounds straight in opening kills. All the numbers All the statistics are with CAG right now on the defensive labs. It's been a very good first half, especially considering they did lose that opening round. So back to basement, then back to top floor. Every world in which they could get a 5-1 half here if they can win this round.
They said it themselves, Cyclops, that they were pretty disappointed in the last matchup between DPLUS, of course, failing to win a map and lacking confidence in their own words inside of the server. At least here in the early phases of labs on defense, that confidence seems to be shining through. Perhaps that was kickstarted by their earlier victory today against Enterforce, a pretty emphatic one at that. I think it's just about capitalizing upon this momentum and confidence while you have it, though, because it is going to potentially be quite a long day for them, up to 5 maps of Siege played, and it's difficult to envision that this quality and intensity of Siege can be maintained for such a long period of time. It is very challenging.
It's fair to say, though, if DPLUS Kia lose this grand final, in terms of 6 invitational, like, it has to be LCQ as their main pathway.
Yeah.
I mean, unless they win the major.
Pending a miracle at Munich, yeah.
That's a very good Nitrocell from Sharif. Quite honestly, as he ripped it through it, I thought maybe that was a little bit early, but he has landed that right onto the head of Falls. Opening kill for the 5th round straight goes the way of CAG. They deal with Falls for the 3rd round straight as the opening death. Good kill though onto Sharif. And Nears,
okay.
Boy. A little bit of BM coming out of DPLUS Kia. I think they're sensing that CAG are on their game today.
It's hard, though, to not back in CAG still from here. It's a pretty positive trade by taking that 0 out.
Yeah, and job done from the Valkyrie. Nitro used, got a kill, and you've placed your cams.
Yeah, exactly. And you've now starting to dominate Falls inside of the server. If his confidence gets knocked, there is a potential flow-on effect within the side of DPLUS Kia, if that shot calling gets affected.
DPLUS will be in desperate search of the next pick without a trade to then have the numbers advantage when they hit site. Really, for CAG, as kind of we're alluding to here, even in a 4v4, I think you can play the safer positions, hold stair positions like cargo and vending. Bullet got way over aggressive. Yes, he had Nears on the other side coming out of control, but he's playing Fuse. He's got shield up. He's not really a major threat. And now CAG definitely can fall back, play full site, and which is what they've done. 4 in basement. They give up first floor to DPLUS Kia. Down a player now, under a minute remaining. It's not quite a tertiary site basement, but it's certainly far more winnable statistically than top floor command server, which will be the next site. This is a big close to the 5th round.
Nitro from Anaton used. Unimpactful and now on an island.
Had to get that kill and may still have an opportunity. Anaton not in a good spot. Nears with the pistol. Does convert. And CAG went for the retake up above. Storage and lounge, first floor. Chibitsu finds the pick. Akali, though, loses his life on site, which is now open in the 2v2. Midi catches off Didi. Chibitsu over towards Cargo. Midi will know full well he can drop and get that plant down in time. Chibitsu, will he find an angle, though, to be able to deny from up above? He makes his way over to storage. He might not have been able to because he gets shot in the back.
Wow.
DPLUS steal the 5th round at the death.
That's a crazy shot to hit through the beams up above.
Nears putting work in on the Fuse pistol that round.
If you missed that, there was an impact in pocket. It would have been round over. It would have been denied. That's a big clutch play from DPLUS, who, again, it feels like they're being outmatched at the moment, but that is a significant moment on a site that probably shouldn't have been theirs. They did a decent job isolating over towards tank. They stored out some of that. They waited out some of that utility in terms of the denial late round.
Well, it's just interesting to me that CAG ended up putting a lot more emphasis on going for that first floor retake when they, at one point, initially had the extra numbers. And then because they did that, Nears was able to do this. He isolated these ones on site. As the Fuse get up close, you're safer, shield up, pull the pistol out when they're in a bad spot. This was a great kill from Midi. And you can see plenty of time still left as that diffuser was putting onto the ground. As you mentioned, impact, open up, get kill, easily would have made it. That is a round winning performance from Nears. He gets the 3K on Fuse with pistol. And a second round acquired for DPLUS KIA now puts them in a free hit round in the 6th round, top floor. You win this round and your percentage chance of winning this map skyrockets. Absolutely skyrockets. And they've already won this site before back in the opening round. Second time of things, though, was far more convincing from CAG. This time around, opting to bring the tuber out.
IT Breach opened up early.
They've given it to them because otherwise Sharif would have tried to deny it and with the Zoto canisters. I think he wants to defend con meeting.
Yeah.
Oh my god, Anderton should not be winning that.
That is a drive-by.
Well, Levy's having a rough day of things. That's his 3rd opening death. 3 to Falls and 3 to Levy.
And that's 6 straight for CAG.
Yeah. But they've also failed to convert in 2 of those rounds. So it's not exactly round over for DPLUS KIA. In fact, they won the opening round in this 4 versus 5, same site, same situation. Last time in that position, though, they did have the Blitz available. No Blitz this time. So less ability to get that Rafters control and then go for that quick hit into sight. Bullet gets the kill onto Chipitsu. Vaults in from Bullet into the barbed wire. Kali, though, had pushed back out of that Rafters position. He'll look to reinforce off, sensing the pressure. That will give Rafters position, though, over to DPLUS KIA.
Yeah, it's an intriguing decision that you now give them the space, but it does minimize the amount of angles that DPLUS can find in towards site. They do still have a Selma, though.
Yeah, with the Selma.
Yeah. I imagine they will.
There are 3 Zotos, though. Do you use one on this Selma? I guess you do, surely, yeah.
You probably do at this point. There's been no pressure con side yet.
I mean, you could probably just keep layering this. If you know they're going for an IT Rafters hit, maybe even blue, and there's nothing really left to Zoto over towards con meeting, you're just going to have to just triple this. Anderton with a kill onto midi. He was going for the back flank. 35 seconds left now down to play for DPLUS KIA, and they will now know they're getting stalled out Rafters because even with that one Selma, well, there's more Zotos available. It only just now gets opened up. Battle towards blue. Akali, though, went for the swing, and suddenly it's a 3v2 in favor of DPLUS KIA. DD and Sharif must stand tall. Low on health, DD, though, loses the exchange to Falls, and maybe for the 2nd time, in a 4v5, DPLUS KIA will look to take this top floor. Sharif has Nitro. Does he know where this is? Just throws it out and hope, and it's well off. Falls in the corner, will stick the plant. This should be the round, and it may end up even being the map in the long run. 3 attacking rounds for DPLUS KIA is massive. Double push coming through blue. Bullet's got them lined up. Deals with Sharif. Anderton's low on health. He's not pushing through this position. And CAG's not winning this round. They may have got 6 consecutive opening kills. But it's DPLUS KIA that walk away with 3 attacking rounds in the first half.
Yeah, just better resilience inside of the server and problem solving there from DPLUS. They clearly met some resistance on Rafters, but then found that playmaking opportunity elsewhere, the multi-flipping the complexion of the round. Yeah, strange one. I think CAG will be walking away from that half deep down quite disappointed. The early round was great, perfect in the opening kill department, but conversion was just tough, and they didn't make it huge egregious errors. It was largely really good playmaking from DPLUS, at times catching CAG out positionally, and just made it quite unpredictable and difficult to read it in the late round.
Well, it feels like a half that CAG really should have cemented an advantage from. All right, missed opportunities, but then credit goes to DPLUS KIA, fighting on the back foot in every single round. They got Plant down twice. They had Nears with that 3K. He won them that 5th round individually. So you look at the 3 rounds won, a 4v5 top floor, a 4v5 top floor. and the clutch in basement. I don't think it's much of a stretch to say this really could have actually been 6-0 to CAG if it were not for some really big plays from DPLUS KIA. Now, I know that goes without saying. There's always the ifs and the coulds and the woulds and whatever, but
5 seconds left before insertion.
DPLUS KIA have fought valiantly in that first half. Now they go defense.
Objective is to defuse
Win this
the bomb.
top floor, and they may be on their way to taking this map. Said before on the couch, it's CAG's attacks that looked far better in that lower bracket final. It was their issue in the upper bracket final against DPLUS. Now it's really going to be tested on Nighthaven Labs' attack. What have they got? And they know full well, after speaking to our colleague, they cannot hesitate. They cannot be slow. But you also can't rush it. It's a dilemma.
So that IT wall opened up early.
Aggressive position here by Nears, playing very deep rafters, basically almost first floor garage. And against the Flores, but in this position, he can actually deal with those Roteros if they're not droned in really well.
Oh, he's very unlikely to make it out of here alive. It's a question of how many kills can he potentially find.
Oh my god!
No way. At least it was traded, but God.
You say at least it was traded, but he should have never even got that kill. Hannington had him on the ropes. Let him slip and copped a blow back the other way. The glass is dealt with, so that you're losing a big part of your power now on the attack. And job done from Nears. I mean, he gets at least one from that position. Bought a little bit of time. Forced out some util, got some drones. And I'm pretty sure they've completely just reinforced off. I can't really see. Maybe they haven't. No, they haven't. Sorry, from our top down, it's the shadow makes it difficult to see. Especially with the bees. They were looking like little red reinforce lines. Minute left. Into IT. And still got to deal with this clash. The swing through the doorway is not going to work for Sharif. He just tried to make something happen. But it's DD, it's the IGL, the former coach, who's franking right now on the hard breach.
Problem is, if they go electrical side into the clash, it's going to be very challenging.
DD had to wait. He had Chipitsu coming in through meeting. Had to bide his time. And now Bullet doesn't have to worry about electrical. They know Akali's IT. They know Chipitsu's meeting. Round is done. DPLUS KIA are going to make this 3 rounds straight. Do we see a timeout from CAG? They've lost all momentum after their 3-1 lead. DPLUS KIA are in the driver's seat, and now they also picked up the opening kill courtesy of that massive play from Nears. So even that streak for CAG has come to an end. No timeout though for CAG.
It was all kickstarted by that crazy shot from Nears into the smoke against the guys at range, prone, getting pinched under so much pressure. He was always playing for his life in that position, but to find a pick and the additional 10, 20 seconds as well was really impressive. And then CAG disconnected another point to the push. Round 8. DPLUS KIA go to kitchen. Okay. Oh, they're gonna look like geniuses here, but if they throw the round, I'm gonna be quite.
Well, there's a 10% chance they look like geniuses, 90% chance they look like fools.
Yeah, let's see.
I mean, every time we see this site, there's a reason why we groan and we question. It's because statistically, it's just not in favor of defense. And we always say that you've got to have a pretty good plan in place for this particular objective. So we'll see what DPLUS have cooked up. Like, the only time you come to this site is if you feel like you've put the prep work in as a team to execute what's needed on defense to win this. And if you do win this, then you probably win the map. Like, let's be honest, like, you just win the map. At that point, 5-3 with primary sites to rotate through. It's kind of a go big or go home sort of round. You lose this, CAG then can get themselves back into this. Levy, by the way, still on that donut, but now playing the Scopos, a pretty important fragging role. Whereas Nears, who's top ranking and has been sensational with his accuracy so far in this game on the Clash. The Clash, though, can be aggressive at times. When you put that shield down, you can certainly frag.
So CAG taking some IT control across. And Cully may be rotating for a lurk roll below. I wonder what the theory is here for CAG. So we approach the midpoint of the round. Lion scan and logic bomb combination, but that's not enough to dissuade Bullet, who pushes down, gets 2, falls. But it is now a 3 versus 4.
What was Cully shooting? His foot? Oh, Falls has got this. DD goes down. Well, credit to DPLUS. They've taken the risk here on this particular site, and it has paid off. CAG, instead of opting for the more direct hit, they went for the clear, and it has not paid dividends. DPLUS will go 5-3 up 4 rounds straight here on Nighthaven Labs. There's no world in which Chibisu can win this. Tactical timeout called by DD. I mean, do you put that down to the way that DPLUS played that, or the way that CAG went for the clear? Bit of both?
Yeah, elements of both. If you're dropping a logic bomb and a lion scan and allowing a player to aggress into you and get 2, you've not switched on enough for the clear. It's pretty disappointing attack, bit of a nothing attack there on a site that, once you can establish presence around, is so difficult to defend. Well, the power of DD, you can see he's taking the timeout, the tactical timeout, but he's also the coach in game, so that he kind of just, I'm assuming there's a support staff that's also available to then help out during these tactical timeouts. I'm sure they got somebody else, but he also gets a bit of a break to just kind of rally the troops. It is the power of, when you bring in a coach, the substitute who's played before, so he's got the fragging power, but he's also got the brain, and the intellect comes in, plays IGL. Means he can also, inadvertently, you don't need the tactical timeouts as much. They certainly need it right now just to try and gain some momentum themselves. It's 4 straight for DPLUS. And this is the problem with like a map like Nighthaven Labs. In that first half, CAG go 3-1 up, but by no means are you sitting there thinking, oh boy, this is a big lead. It's one of those kind of maps where the attack only really need 2, and that could happen on any of the 6 rounds. Seen time and time again, teams, win the first 4 rounds defensively, go 4-0 up, and you feel like, oh, this is going to be a runaway, and then attack just goes bang, bang, and into a tight game you go. It was CAG's inability to win attacking rounds in the upper bracket final that cost them against DPLUS, and now needs to be what gets them back into this map. But if I'm going to be honest, I just don't see how they win 3 attacking rounds. On this map against this team, this is not Border against Enterforce. It's a different beast altogether. They're not comparable. Yeah, I don't think from a confidence standpoint, CAG are really lacking. Here against DPLUS, it has been largely execution-based, and synchronization on attack has been lacking at times. Or at least, sorry, it was lacking in that prior round defensively as well. They left those pockets of space frequently, and it proved costly. Not the cleanest hard breach I've ever seen either here for IT. Lines of sight there that can be used to poke and prod IT, but no entry point as of yet. Floor is utilized to try and clear utility here. Falls though able to hold the line and relay information on the clash.
There's no more X-Kairos though, and you got 1 secondary hard breach. Like, this has to hit. If there's a way to deny this.
No impact close by. Just Midi with one in hand.
Well, I mean, even still, it's an absolute mess on that wall, and you've now lost Sharif. On storage and control, you do want to gain that IT position, hence why Falls is defending it vigorously, but without that breach being properly opened up, your inability to put pressure means that for D+, they're a little bit stronger, but Midi gets caught, and Bullet will fall as well. CHG will brute force around the clash. Oh, and Akali was so close to being able to get that free kill onto Falls. Near's helped out, Near's in the 1v2.
Both low.
Both low. Flash, they want to clearly go for this revive, and they will get it. Akali will get brought back up.
Oh, sorry. Shotgun blow. No.
Look how low all three of these players are, and even if Anaton gets brought back up, this is very winnable for Nears. Tries to play the off angle. Shot connects. Akali dead. Anaton will get brought back up.
This
so
is
it's another
still winnable.
1v3, but it's still winnable.
The SMG is the perfect weapon for this kind of clutch.
And Nears has already clutched up a couple of times here in this game.
No Nitro, but we'll play for shotgun denial below. Interesting risk. Or even SMG for the window vault.
Oh, he's dead. Oh, they're dead.
Oh.
They're both just dead. Nears has been the difference maker in this map. Chipisu acquires the kit. And honestly, even if he sticks it, there's still a real world that Nears could get back up and clutch this up. He's got 45 seconds to make his way back over to storage. Chipisu will not play outside. He will stay in, low on health. Nears knows exactly that he's now close by. Does he know that he's very low on health as well? Chipisu wants to make his way back over towards Garage. Nears will get on and force him back, then gets off. Why is he looking above? Why
you saw him!
Nears, buddy, you've just gone and done it. It's a 4K clutch. Nears will make it 6-3. Momentarily looks above to the heavens, but maybe just looking for a prayer that gets answered. Clutches again. 3 map points for DPLUS KIA.
I know we said a couple of times this is winnable. I don't know if I truly believed it, but I mean, all the conditions were set for it.
Like, did he think he ran up rafters to storage?
Yeah,
to IT?
I can imagine so, yeah.
That's
Unless he just didn't see him as well, I'm not sure. Can be very chaotic as well in the comm department when that's sort of happening, if you're laser focused on the diffuser, etc. Either way though, super well played. Really love the rotation below. Played into the win con of the SMG absolutely phenomenally. Now 3 opportunities with the primaries back in rotation here for DPLUS KIA. This map is over.
Well, it's been a clean sweep in terms of opening kills on the half-cast. There has not been a single attacking opening kill on this map.
Yeah.
Defense has gotten all 9.
Wow.
If even one of those players was full health, it's a whole different story. But as we saw with the 4 players, they had the barely combined health of 1. Not that that takes anything away from Nears, by the way, because he played that perfectly. The positioning to go down below on the double kill vault, like got the pick on the off angle garage up to rafters. And then his ability to then play and react to that plant, that was clinical. Absolutely clinical.
He's had several standout rounds now where he's been essentially the sole win condition for the team.
In the first half. If there's an MVP award for the one map, he's got it.
Yeah.
151 EPS, 11-4, 101 entry, 78% cost, which is the highest inside of the server. 2 clutches. He's done it all. Multi-kills. One of the more impactful individual maps that we've seen.
So it's IT dealt with. Zodos from Bullet will be used con-side instead. And Cyclops takes some map control through lobby, and the Blitz can play the front line. Be intriguing to see just how in the face DPLUS want to be on the onto the Blitz rather. They do have 3 match points to play into and can play largely aggressive here if they want. Mirror deployment late. Well, does pick off the secondary died in the meantime, but the Nitro, the trade response is clean from DPLUS KIA. Bullet. Good work to land that one and take the shield out of play.
But I mean, it's the first attacking opening kill at least if you're CAG.
Yeah.
But I got traded
immediately traded. And you've lost the blitz. I don't know if it's really that great in the end. And didn't prevent the hard breach from being protected either.
And Niers has actually slipped in deep position IT. So if someone from CAG comes back around and doesn't check that carefully, he is in a really good trap position. Jibisu will fall on the IQ. He's just taking gunfights. Falls. Might have to live up to his name and fall back here, but he opts to go prone. Hold a deep position here, server. There is no pressure IT or rafters here from CAG. It's a single hit through meeting. Cully outside electrical. This makes it really, really easy now for DPLUS. Sharif does collect falls. No Nitro's left. Bullet. That's his second in the round. Down to just DD and Sharif. Sharif will go to Niers. How fitting. And it'll be even more fitting if Niers can find the final kill here onto DD, but it will be Bullet. It only took one bullet in the end. A 7-3 victory for DPLUS KIA. Once again, they make very light work of the Japanese team.
It's gonna get personal.
ベルステップ流されるままにはにかむ横顔に遠くで響く鼓動探すほど見失い溶けてく夜明けにこれが最後の願いね嘘でもいいからみんなないものねだりね Let's go!
You know how they say it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Much of the same here. Here comes another, just like the other. Jake Xenox and Diddy,
Yeah.
would you like to come in on camera and show everyone your hairdo? No, you don't want to? I'm shocked.
We're lucky we'll see
I'm
that
absolutely shocked. If
I
anyone
actually-
has ever seen Wedding Crashers, that's the brother.
I quite like Jake's hair this morning. I know you guys talked about it when he was on the show earlier. I thought he's looking pretty fine.
He was looking okay.
Yeah, and your hair looks great today, by the way, Rob.
Thank you, mate. I've really, I put some gel on it.
Tried
Really
something
tried to.
different. I think you should try partying on the other side. See how it looks.
Honestly, I reckon if I did it the other side, it would look a little strange. Kind of like CAG on Labs there. Very strange, man.
Oh man,
Unfortunately.
we were hoping for a competitive game.
We were, and
Yeah,
I
we
just,
were.
I'll be honest, I just think the Brazilians have a different idea, Nick. I just feel like they're just on a different level at the moment, and CAG just, like the amount of times I saw CAG with man advantages, either 5 versus 4, 4 versus
Yep.
3, and the Brazilians just find a goddamn way every time.
It's a testament to how good DPLUS they really are, right? Because the majority of those rounds in the first half, they literally start off in a 4 versus 5, and they still win half the rounds. And then a side swap, and it's just lights out. You know, they're in full control. CAG, I don't know. I do think that Lair is one of those maps where, or Lair Labs rather, one of those maps where it's very default. Everyone knows it, and if you're the better team, which DPLUS clearly were, they can just, you know, completely steal the map. I think Cafe and I think Clubhouse, if we go the distance, can be a little bit different. But CAG didn't show us, 110% in that map. So did that warm-up really favor them? Or do they just not have the level that DPLUS they have?
That's a tough one, isn't it? That's a really... Because it feels like no matter what we say, we're going to be in the wrong. Either they do have it and they just can't show it, or they don't have it and we're flaming them.
Yeah, look, I think big thing is that individual players having heaters can turn the tide of a game.
Yeah,
Hate to
that's very
say
true.
it, Siege is a team game, but Nia's coming into it. We knew that he was been on peak form, second best player in the league after Shurip, who was a bit quieter there than he was in the first series today. Very different opponent, and it kind of comes back to the conversation we were having before that Falls himself said last time these guys met in the upper final, right? CAG are at their best when they are swinging, taking risks, being hyper confident, and they just look scared.
Yeah.
And I don't it's hard to diagnose. Like, what do you do about that? If you're the coach, which funnily enough, he's playing with the team DD, you just need to be like, guys, we just need to stop giving a shite about this game and just swing them.
I think we've just TOS there.
Sorry, Twitch. we just need to stop caring. We just need to swing everything. We need to have guts and confidence because that's what we didn't have, especially in that clutch from Nias.
That's the one.
That was the
Yeah.
biggest red flag. I mean, first 4 rounds of that map, right? CAG won 3 of them. Like you said, Nick, they won every single opening engagement in that first half, and yet a tide turned after 4 rounds deep. DPLUS wins every single round. We're getting 3Ks, we're getting 4Ks, we're getting that clutch, which should never have happened. And it's because CAG looked terrified to take fights.
I really do worry here as we head to Cafe, Nick, just knowing what kind of map this can tend to swing into. If you are if you're a D+ here, you really don't have to change much. If you are a CAG, I mean, what are you doing heading into Cafe?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm trying to think of like ways to change the pacing right now. Maybe catch DPLUS off, by surprise. So for example, the first 2 rounds, you're playing some Echo, maybe some Maestro. You're playing very slow pace Rainbow Six Siege, not showing any of your cards. Then round number 3, go for a cheeky spawn peek, swing the hatches, go for an aggressive fight. Like do something a bit cheeky, trying to catch DPLUS off guard. Yep. But then again, DPLUS seems to be ready for absolutely everything. So, and I think that's the problem with CAG. Like they try and play aggressive, they try and do things, and they never get the significant advantage. They don't close out rounds they should be closing out, and that's when you're gonna start being a little bit scared because you're getting punished for being aggressive. You're getting punished for doing a thing that you thought was right. And I think you go from border against Interforce into laps against DPLUS. It's a whole different game of Siege.
It's a different ball game. But speaking of ball games, speaking of ball knowledge, who are you going for?
Dude, have a look at this, right? Why don't I rock up? I understood the assignment today, boys. What do we reckon? Hibana shirt.
Oh, you did.
Hibana jacket, Japanese flag. No question. We need to see an APAC team, the APAC Grand Finalists. We need to see an APAC team take the crown here. So I don't care how far they are. I don't care how far behind they are. I want to see CAG make a comeback.
I don't know if you got the memo, but CAG, they're not really here right now. The Brazilians are taking over APAC North. They may just crown themselves champions. They're 1 map away, and there's only one thing left to do. Vamos!
I don't even think I can come in after that. He's just hyped that up perfectly.
He's blowing the roof off the studio.
Into the music as well. It's literally like dropped perfectly. Oh, we're not beating that. Well done, Rob.
I might be his best throw of the stage.
Well, he better hope that DPLUS actually win this because he's going to have to do another throw after that, and I don't think he can top it.
Fair point.
DPLUS Kia are 1 map away from taking the Stage 2 APAC North Grand Final. They fell short back in Stage 1, losing in the Grand Final to Fear X. Now they're 1 map away from redeeming themselves. Unfortunately, due to the way that the regional finals system works, guys, in terms of, well, it only looks at group stage. It means DPLUS, of course, don't make regional finals.
Definitely one of the wackier side effects of the new format is you can win a stage and then not make
If I speak, I'm in trouble. Well, they start defense here on Cafe, which I think is actually quite fitting because, again, for CAG, this was their problem in the upper bracket final, attacking into DPLUS Kia. They only found 3 rounds in those 2 maps. They've got 0 here in this series now, getting no attacking rounds on Nighthaven Labs. Now they're going to attack into Cafe. Feels like it doesn't really get any easier for them. Nears was the clear-cut MVP of the opening map, both in just terms of general play and consistency, but also from his clutch factor, multi-kills, everything. He did absolutely everything in that opening map. Don't get it twisted. CAG want to win this grand final. This is not a case of just they're happy to be here and don't really gain much. By them getting the 300 points on offer, so from 150 for second to 300 for first, yeah, man, could be the difference maker. They have an opportunity to go to Munich. Of course, they will be playing at the major qualifier LAN. A lot of points on offer, and they're in regional finals. More points on offer. I mean, you guess you could look at it twofold, that if they do lose this and don't get the extra 150 points, there are other avenues for them to get more points, but they're certainly leaving quite a bit on the table here. Can they get attacking rounds? First half will tell the story. They need at least 2 minimum. 3 would be really ideal.
It is their #1 preference map. For DPLUS on the flip side, 8th out of 9. That being said, they both have mixed results on this particular map, so maybe preference in terms of Veto and how frequently they ban for and against isn't the most relevant metric.
Also the most defender-sided map in APAC North, 66.7%, 5% over the second highest. So it's not going to be easy to attack into, but that will also be the case for DPLUS2 in their own second half.
Nears has done really well here, by the way. Soaking up util, wasting time. Positionally, he's been absolutely pixel perfect, giving away nothing for free. He's taken down at least 3 drones that we've been able to catch up. That's his only real slight first overpeak, really, of the round. Still survives.
Just wanted to find the headshot, but it wasn't really there. And you can't really spend too long staring at that window trying to find the pixel headshot angle. You kind of have to get it first time. If you don't, then you've got to fall back. And yeah, otherwise that's what's going to happen. Held it a little bit longer that time, and Anaton does get the kill. Mitty, though, with the trade. Still, it is an opening kill for CAG. Even if the trade was subsequently straight after. Capital for his army, both of which kind of use the majority of their utility. It feels like it's a pretty even trade in the end. But Capital mostly useful in trying to deal with that as army. Couple of flashes still available for CAG now as they look to redirect where they want to put pressure. Barbed wire, I'm assuming. White stairs. Proxy alarm for Rotero.
Big util trade.
But they did get the kill on the midi.
Yeah, they've done a good job of flipping the round here. CAG, bullet with a fortunate headshot.
Just hit fire spray.
Yeah. I mean, he clearly got caught off guard.
Nitro, that should be a kill.
Oh.
No, it's not. To be fair, good pressure as well by Sharif pushing up white stairs and then just
angle.
walks into falls. Bullet catches Arkali on the rappel window as well. It's only DD left, straight through bar, has red ping info, but now they know exactly where he is located. Certainly a little bit more competitive there by CAG, but DPLUS withstand that attack. They will take the opening round here on Cafe.
I mean, there were so many key volatile moments in that round where if one team wins out the duel, it goes their way, goes the other way, and Team B wins it out. On this particular occasion, it was DPLUS. Nears did a good job of soaking up a lot of utility. Was eventually cleared, but then the rest of the team kicked into gear, trade from midi. Bullet got super lucky here. I mean, that's just a lucky shot.
But that's what I'm saying. Bullet dies there. Maybe that round plays out differently.
Levy was able to escape his duel, top white, sorry.
Yeah.
And then got traded from the long angle from
Just
falls.
fine margins.
Yeah.
Costly, though, for CAG. We go to mining now for the second round, but mining these days now is kind of a little bit more in the rotation for Cafe. It's not quite what it used to be.
It's no longer an outcast. DPLUS have shown, even back on labs, they'll willingly play these kinds of sides.
Why is that, though, guys? Is it a combination of new operators or just playstyle difference, teams figuring out better ways to defend it? It used to be you didn't really go here. It was a bit susceptible at times to quick rushes in through the window.
I think we saw a couple of the really good teams, particularly at international events, kind of pioneer this site. And I think as more and more teams have clued in and VOD reviewed that, they've kind of just straight ripped the strats, and it's eventually developed from there. And I don't think it's really necessarily off any particular operators or meta or changes or anything like that. It should be a site that Cyclops is somewhat comfortable with, though. It's not, you know, it's not a site that's seen once in a blue moon.
Well, if you actually look at the Cafe statistics, 9 times played in APAC North this stage, Bar Cocktail's the least played site. And then Kitchen and Mining equal, and only 3 rounds behind Fireplace and Reading.
Whoa. Huffing the smoke of the chimney. No, you were coughing. Got to the bottom just in time. So good use of the clutch drone here from Chibisu, able to hack some util Banshees, and so that just aids entry a little bit later on. Slow goings again here from CAG. Oh, they lose first pick though, that's midi. From that 3rd floor position, presumably a longer angle.
Yeah, but how does that really... I mean, I guess Sharif was also shot. Maybe they were kind of close by to each other. I was going to say, I thought for a second maybe Arkali went for a bit of a solo top floor rendezvous, but Sharif is up here as well. Goes out the Boogie Auto Breacher through Lounge. And Diddy will go down on the ace. So far, CAG haven't looked likely up until this point when Anaton does finally get the kill onto Bullet. Sharif will pepper the floorboards. DPLUS will now subvert. They will change what they want to do in this round. So rather than the top floor hold, with 50 seconds left, they will now play second floor. 2 nitros still available, by the way, for Nias and Levy. Anderton outside here on the rappel of Fireplace.
No diffuser currently for the attack as well, so just keep that in mind.
Out in the balcony above Bakery.
Yeah, this round is unfortunately over.
Well, it also means Anderton has to get off this rappel now. Like, he can't just keep staying here. He's got to go get Kit, and suddenly puts him now out of a position which was once a threat. Now he's going to play very direct into mining, but there's already players close by here for DPLUS. Anderton still hasn't made his way in because he just knows that there's so much danger. One close left. Nias was watching in the end. DPLUS had honestly played this round incredibly well. Loved the top floor hold, then the rotate second floor hold. Found picks along the way pretty comfortably. They were always in the advantaged position. So still, CAG in this grand final have not found an attacking round. They are the best attacking team in the region statistically. 58% coming into today. DPLUS second best at 54.5%. And then after that, actually, everyone else is below 50%. I guess you can make the argument, though, it's the best attack going into the best defense, which DPLUS is. So if you want to be fair, bring that point up. DPLUS are very, very good on defense, playing both maps like Labs and Cafe. They're not easy to attack into. Again, I think when you kind of look back to that lower bracket final that we saw before between CAG and Enterprise, Enterforce, you're playing border attack. Like, that's not too surprising for them to be so dominant there. Clubhouse, fair enough, bit different, but
5 seconds left.
Well, I'll tell you one thing, though, guys. As I mentioned Enterprise there for a second, of course, today is our last day for APAC North. OS begins tomorrow.
Yeah, some midweek OS. Midweek.
There's been a lot of shenanigans between Asia and APAC North, a lot of storylines that we were never going to be able to predict. Will OS follow the same path, or will that be a little bit more borderline? The easy answer is probably just guess there's going to be something crazy.
I'll just throw my hands up and say I don't know, because I don't think you could truly answer that question. Find out soon. So can Cyclops win an attack? They're really struggling on this side currently. DPLUS just continue to find that extra gear. Third round reading. Good flank falls. Should be 2. And is.
Oh, beautiful.
Sharp.
It's the little mid shot adjustment there as he's shooting against a shield op in blitz. Just to take that tiny little microsecond to readjust, find the gap, find the headshot, bam, got him. Instead of just spraying wildly. He is not happy with his death there. But with the Bark and the Blitz, you're losing quite a lot in this round now, early on for CAG.
Miss drone. That might not matter anyway.
Yeah, round's done.
Yeah.
So around the world, DPLUS Kia go from South America to, where are they, Korea?
Mm-hmm.
Well, they go around the world here in Cafe as well. I mean, in theory, we haven't seen Kitchen yet, so we'll see if they go Kitchen for a 4th, or if they opt to go back to something like Bar Cocktail, which is available for selection. It's one of the two. This is when the mental has to be really tested for CAG and their ability to respond. They're getting beaten up in this grand final. It's becoming too one-sided. It will be Bar Cocktail, so DPLUS will not go to Kitchen.
Blitz Mirror as well as the additional bends. Yeah, it's getting to that point. To be fair, again, I don't think Cyclops are playing a brand of Siege that comes across as overly timid, or they're not getting stalled out too much or anything like that. It's just the plays that they're trying to execute aren't quite landing, and the mid-round aggression and readjustment from DPLUS continues to be really strong.
Bomb located by attackers.
They're really manipulating this map nicely at the moment and making that entry so tough.
The positioning has been just so good in this grand final. It's a lot of the little things that DPLUS are doing. It's not the general default or just down to fragging power. Their positional awareness, their ability to understand how the round is playing out, where the threats are coming from, unmatched.
Yeah, I think that the communication between them has translated to some really good team play. It's been enjoyable to watch from their perspective, but for Cyclops and their fans, it's been probably a little bit underwhelming. The way in which
I think that's
the
the
issue
with CAG though, right? And their fans would know more than anyone, is that they can look like absolute champions and then they can look like, well, poo-poo, to put it lightly. It's, I think, a team that really just needs to lock down consistency more than anything. Their best is really, really good, but it's about getting that out of themselves a little bit more often. Look, in saying all of this, they've still got 3 opportunities here. They only need 2 attacking rounds in this half. You've got 3 rounds to play out. The beauty of Siege is that at times it can be quite forgiving. You know, you can literally lose the first 3 rounds comprehensively, then you can just go bang, bang, and it's game on.
You can lose this round and still
exactly
be very much within the band of
within the
normality.
scope of what you need to get, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Not gonna lie, the most microsecond I thought they actually missed the shield and then it just slowly fell over.
Yeah, good clear over towards Pixel from CAG.
Last time out on this side though, DPLUS KIA did have the mirror available and the Blitz was not chosen. So in terms of the midway bans, it is more beneficial for CAG here on Bar Cocktail. They've changed their lineup now because they no longer need the Ash to deal with the mirror, so they can bring the gridlock. So it's a little bit more vulnerable for DPLUS KIA. But they in turn then change things up. They bring the Clash, they bring the Vigil. Nears is just falling back a little bit towards Backstore now. Bullet will still hold Pixel despite the shield. Watch rooms is where he goes. Now Backstore to double up with Nears.
The Clash just offering Nears the opportunity to play under this Skylight.
No, that's just too aggressive from Sharif. By himself, and no trade potential either with that kind of push.
Oh, window repel not landing
and you've
either.
given Pixel over, so Chipasu's very lucky to still be alive. Out on the white corridor, repel, hello, Midi just gets to walk into shop. CAG just getting picked apart now. If they enter, they die. If they stay still, they get wrapped on and die.
It's been one of their weaker attacks, definitely. It's getting worse, not better.
Anderton is just getting shut out of white stairs. Living up to its name as he was full whited there for a brief second. You've still got DD up on the roof. He's expended all of his utility on the Capitao. Anderton sprinting down the hallway. 4-0 coming up. May as well call the attack timeout and try and talk things over. CAG need these next 2 rounds. They must win the next 2 rounds straight. DD does get one, and the second, good shot, and he's been a really good addition to CAG this stage. But no heroics from him to salvage what was already a sinking ship.
Yeah, they just fed picks in this round all around the map. Lacked direction, didn't really get a foothold
That's a good
to start
shot.
taking lounge control after they cleared the utility.
No timeout again. If I'm going to be questioned, again, I will add the one little asterisk, which is the fact that DD's in the team, so he can kind of, in these moments, prep phase, talk things over with his team in terms of what they want to do round by round. But I think even just as a momentum breaker and just being able to...
Just a mental break.
Yeah. On the flip side of it, though, you then give DPLUS the ability to talk things over, but...
I think they'd be just chilling. I don't think there's much to talk about if you're in the D+ camp at the moment. They would just be echoing the message of keep it up, but whatever we're doing is working at the moment.
Looking at the overview, 16-6 for Nears, 13-8 for Bullet, 13-10 for Midi, 12-9 for Falls, Boral, Levy, 3-7, 0-3 entry.
The entry, though, overall for D+ has been positive so far. 3-1. And those 3 successful entries, the last 3 rounds, have all been converted. Spawn pick attempt for Bullet. Just misses. Kitchen for the 5th round. And a must-win round for the attack of CAG, which have not been really close to winning any one of their attacks so far. It's been dominant from DPLUS.
Yeah, I mean, the last round was 2 alive, but that was also because DD got a nice double kill at the end.
Yeah,
so
it was a 4v1.
in theory, the round was kind of over. 3 alive, 3 alive, 3 alive before that. Versatile operator selection, though, for CAG this round, in terms of if they want to go freezer side, bakery side. First things first, which is to contest a position such as mining if you do want to get that bakery pressure.
What was that? I can't hear. Jeez, that was loud. Yeah, midpoint of the round. It's just groundwork again from CAG, and that hasn't necessarily been that poor from them throughout in terms of util clearance, etc. So that's not the main concern for this round. It's going to be about, can they start pressuring side? In the meantime, when DPLUS likely go for the regress mid-round, are they better prepared to deal with that as well? I wouldn't be shocked if DPLUS try to make plays off white or brown or even red late round.
They're posturing bakery side. Anderton's going to make his way in. Niz was in prep. He just swings, falls, then gets the angle.
They're just losing every draw.
This is just an absolute big... Oh my god, that's disgusting from Midi. We're not allowed to show that. We need to put a warning up. Holy. This is an absolute beatdown. DPLUS Kia.
They've really stepped it up this stage. I mean, credit to them.
They have torched CAG. I mean, yeah, stepped it up this stage. I mean, they would have won Stage 1 if it weren't for FearX being at their best. Like, FearX at the start of this year, throughout the first half of this year, I think were in fine form. And for actually quite a few months, many would have regarded them as the best team in all of APAC. Boy, have they fallen off a ledge.
Yeah.
They've just gone straight off the cliff. But DPLUS Kia on the flip side have taken the elevator straight up to #1 spot here in APAC North and will contest at the major qualifier land to maybe be the best in all of APL against the likes of Weibo, for instance.
That's, I think, my most...
I can't wait for that.
I'm really hoping we get a DPLUS Weibo match. And one with, like, pure, like, actual stakes on top of that match. That could be very, very fun.
Medium rare, rare. What kind of steak?
Whatever tastes the best.
Well done.
Yeah. Well done with
burnt.
Well done with some ketchup.
Well, I mean, I think it's also a case of sometimes you can get sucked in by the lower bracket final performance. Credit to Enterforce. I think they've had a great stage, and I can't wait to see what they're going to be able to do at the major qualifier LAN as another one of those dark horse teams. But you know, CAG kind of just had their way with them, especially on attack border, and that would pretty much set the tone, I think, for that series, and a bit of a non-competitive one. And then you think, okay, well, if CAG play like that against DPLUS Kia, they're a chance. DPLUS Kia even above that.
DPLUS did not come to mess around in this matchup. In a game where...
Well, they've won the map Veto's as well, because they've taken CAG to 2 maps where it's more enclosed, it's a little bit tighter, it's hard to get aggressive on the attacks of Labs and Cafe. And you very much need to then play into the defenders rather than on a map like Border. You can, you know, circumnavigate the map and find different avenues. CAG just have really struggled in this half. They must avoid getting 6-0'd here. I'm not going to throw out the premise of, you know, if it's a 5-1, maybe they can, you know, replicate. I think this one's done, but I think for their own sake of not wanting to get 7-0'd, got to try and get around.
Going to be very intriguing towards the tail end of the year if this result is costly. That 150 points that they're going to miss out on and not even getting close to it could come back to really haunt them.
Midi's going to go down after a very sensational round in the previous. That's 5 straight opening kills for DPLUS, but this one was traded. No Sharif means no more Boogie no breaches for the Ram. Important on a site like Reading and Fireplace. And no Buck for cover. Leaves them a little bit short on soft breach. Good turnaround from Chipitsu. Doesn't get the kill, and it's a 4v1. Just like that, the blink of an eye from 4-4 to 4-1. And Anaton once again outside of the rappel, jump out, Levy 6-0. And we are on track for one of the faster days of APL this stage. Rob's off to the couch. He's got his bag, he's packed up, he's ready to go home. Wrap her up! Vamos!
Yeah.
He's actually packed up, he's done.
May as well start the car and warm it up.
Someone needs to go start my car.
I mean, how many times has this happened, though, where DPLUS getting 3-4 kills simultaneously, winning just every duel around the map?
Well, look, every grand final is an important one, but not every grand final is a classic. And this goes into the bin tier grand finals. This is not on the. This one's not on the repeat. This is not in the history books.
This may be worse than the BDS W7M EWC final. It may actually be worse.
So 7-3 on Labs, 6-0 on Cafe as CAG are getting torched. DPLUS doing to CAG what CAG themselves did earlier to Enterforce, not barely 2 hours ago.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs
I feel like we only just got here and
I'm
ready to go home.
Yeah, jeez. I can go raid tonight.
Go play ranked tonight, is that what you said?
Yeah.
Nah. What is your rank this season?
Not diamond.
Not diamond?
A little higher.
Champ.
Yep.
I find that hard to believe.
Well, if the games were as quick as this on average, I'd actually have more time to play.
Yeah.
5 seconds to insertion.
Amaru in play for the match point round, so maybe Falls will go for a direct dining here. That's a possibility, or even up the hatch. That could be fun.
Well, there's a world in which this drags out a little bit because of the natural case. This is now CAG on defense. Think back to Labs, though, and, well, DPLUS won the opening round on their attack on that map, and then it took them a little while to get going. But I mean, the thing is, I mean, whether ends up 7-0, 1-2, 3, 4, 5, like the reality is statistically it's likely to happen in the inside of the next 5 rounds.
So Falls will posture.
Well, these are the kind of rounds, right, where I think for DPLUS mentally, they're like, we could 7-0, lock in, boys, lock in. This is the one round where we fully lock in.
They'll have that mentality. I very much believe that. They've worked this hard to get it to a 6-0. You wouldn't want to let that opportunity slide now. Cyclops are still a well-respected opponent.
Yeah, and you don't want to give them a couple of rounds and let them feel like they can get back into this. And I don't feel like CAG are just going to wave the white flag. In we go. Falls, though. Hard right was Sharif. The timing on that was actually kind of funny because Sharif had just made his way into that position from top white. Opening kill for CAG and the second onto Mitty. There will be no 7-0. I'll tell the children.
The children?
What? You don't get it.
No, I don't.
Pretty sure that's a Simpsons reference. I could be wrong.
I never really watched The Simpsons, unfortunately. Well, I mean, Niers is still up. So we've seen how many big plays he's had tonight. Maybe you could pluck a couple on the vert here and keep it interesting.
Oh, hello. No, bye-bye.
Oh.
Oh, hello again. Oh, bye-bye again. Game of cat and mouse. Oh, and hello. Big nitro from Chibitsu. Well, forget the 7-0.
Well, not quite. Hold on.
No.
Have you heard the story?
No, there is no story with Lovely getting a 1v5. It's not happening. That is fantasy. We don't live in fantasy world.
I don't think he plays for DPLUS.
That's a good one. Levy's like, oh, no one's coming.
I mean, it's been disciplined defense.
He's like, I'm sure they would have come by now. Well, at least for CAG's sake, I'm happy they don't get 7-0'd in a grand final. It's a much better round from them.
Well, they're smiling, so that's good.
They're smiling. They got... Look, at the end of the day, for CAG, they get to go to the major qualifier land. They know there's... I don't want to say there's more important games, because like this was a pretty important grand final.
150 extra SI points
can't
could
take
be...
that away. Just because you got absolutely destroyed doesn't mean you can sit back and be like, oh, well, you know, not the end of the world. Like, it's a pretty big grand final. It's a big result for DPLUS Kia. More for DPLUS Kia because they don't have regional finals. So this was the best way for them to get extra points going into the major qualifier land. And if they qualified for Munich, then there as well. And, you know, if they can get like a top 8 at Munich, then suddenly, in terms of the SI points tally, there is a world in which they may actually be able to qualify based on points because of this result. But for CAG, well, to their fairness, they're in that exact same position as DPLUS, but they also have regional finals. So if you wanted to make the argument as to who this mattered more for, certainly DPLUS, and it looks like they're going to win it. But CAG would have still gained, well, the extra 150 points, and it would have been a nice bonus. Very nice bonus. Very good bonus.
5 seconds remaining.
In fact, so much so, they would have only got the 50 points from stage 1 if I'm... Yeah, they would only be on 50 points. So SI points-wise for CAG, they're done now. Like, they can't make 6 invitational on points. So what they have to do is win regional finals or win LCQ.
Or Munich.
Actually, I should preference though. You do get like what 700 for second at regional finals. So if you do well,
yeah, it's probably still possible. But you're right in saying that it's comparatively to plenty of other teams in APL. It's increasingly less likely.
Even just globally.
Oh yeah, globally. Yeah. Mining in play for round number 8. Monty in play from Falls. And it's a red drop from the attack.
A bit of free chip damage onto Falls already though. Doesn't hurt for CAG. Oh. Well, DD got aggressive on the Azami. Falls was able to survive that Nitrocell impact. Anaton with a bit of vision on the Yokai. Opening kill for DPLUS Kia. I wonder if that was just a missed timing in terms of the communication, because they actually had a very good window there with that Yokai. If DD Man had have gotten the burst, shield goes up in the air, DD swings shot, gets the kill onto the Monty.
He did die to the lounge repel though, so maybe that was just a bit of a short sight from the defense. May not have mattered anyway.
Good kill from Chibitsu. Well, round back alive now for CAG.
Falls as well low on HP, so he's susceptible to the Aruni gates and the impact. Cully, the only player with that 1 impact remaining. And of course vulnerable to the Yokai burst. He'll take a burst and a shot or 2 and he'll be down for the count.
Just getting that feeling that CAG might be able to go on a little run here. If they can win this round, that's 2 straight. What's to say they can't do 2 more, and well, then 2 more after that. Falls will drop and stays alive up to this point. Nears wins the battle against Anaton. Good long-range angle by Sharif to clear out Nears. Falls looking to get the plant down inside a fireplace. Got Midi for cover. Well, never mind. I have an awful feeling. I have no feeling at all anymore. Chibitsu will be the last one alive for CAG, but he will also be the final one to die for CAG. DPLUS Kia, the Brazilians come all the way to Korea. They fall short in stage 1, but they make amends in stage 2. They are your APAC North champions, heading into the major qualifier land along with 3 of their brethren. But they will be a top team to beat in PAX Melbourne, Australia in a week's time.
Yeah, blinking you'll miss it, I'll tell you that much. The next 2 weeks, it is hectic. We're getting Vamos's all around the studio, and rightfully so. Only dropping, what's that, 16 rounds across 6 maps in the playoffs for APAC North. It doesn't get much crazier than that.
That is absolutely ridiculous. And one thing is to dominate, one thing is to have some good games and bad games. Another thing is being so damn consistent in the server time and time again. You know, they beat the aggressive teams, the passive teams, the in-betweeners. There's no specific playstyle that seems to put DPLUS in a bad position. They always come out on top.
Yeah, it only got better and better for them as well. Every single match that they played here in the playoffs, they looked better than the last, especially when they played against CAG. Rob, the first series in the upper bracket final, right? First map, 7-5, a close affair. CAG could have pushed overtime, could have taken the map. Second map, 7-3, a respectable, comfortable victory for DPLUS. First map here, 7-3. Second map, 7-1. I think Jake Xenox has literally just walked out of the building.
Jake Xenox Venditti has left the building, and I mean, rightfully so at this point. This has been one of the quickest nights of Rainbow Six Siege we've ever had. And what's even crazier is the context of it. This is the grand final. This is where you're meant to get the closest game.
I just had the call from production. This is the shortest broadcast we've done all year.
Yeah, that does not surprise me.
That is unbelievable. And this is meant to be our grand final day. You know, in theory, APAC North is meant to be the strongest of the APL divisions. That's why it gets 4 slots, because of course it was Japan and Korea combined. Perhaps it's just one team that has the power. It is DPLUS, of course. But you compare this to our grand finals in the Asia League, a very different story.
Yep.
We had our fair share of upsets, but this really just felt inevitable. DPLUS, a 7-1 domination. And just to put this into perspective, right, like I'm looking up, counting up all the kills yet. Nears 21 and 8. That is above a 3.0 KD across the series today.
Jesus.
That's terrifying. That is
absurd.
Yeah, that's kind of a bit of bullcrap if you're asking me. How are you ever meant to compete against that? And like, what's hilarious is it's just like a bit of CAG's. They're just tasting their own medicine, right? They just did this to enter Force 36.
Khalil with the James Bond as well. 007. That's unfortunate.
Yeah.
That is very unfortunate. But that is just the way these games go, you know. You really struggle to get inside the server sometimes, and it is just how it goes, especially when you've got one of the most dominant. Get that out, bro. Just take it off, honestly, at this point.
No, I can't. I would never.
No, you would never.
I covered mine up.
Yeah, it was a good idea. It was a good idea.
Shirt I got in Japan, so.
Well,
we got the interview with Falls. I just hope he doesn't get offended by the fact that I'm unashamedly repping the merch.
How about we find out? Falls, welcome in. Hey. How are you, my friends?
Yeah, hello.
Oh, mate, what a performance! I honestly, at this rate, I don't even know what to ask you because you've only lost 16 rounds across 6 maps. There's not much more we can really get from you. But I guess on that, how has this actually happened? Like, do you feel as though maybe the competition has fallen short, or are you guys really just risen to a level that is unattainable in APAC North?
Hello guys, really happy to see you again today. And yeah, I don't think like the competitive were low. Like I think we really improve a lot.
Yeah.
And I think is part of the hard work we're doing. Like everyone here is like working a lot. We're putting a lot of efforts every single day, and we are being rewarded. You know, like and the feeling is pretty great. Like it's great. It's great.
Yeah, congratulations, Falls. Well-earned trophy for you guys, champions here in APAC North. You said that you wanted to give the organization that achievement, and you've done it, so congrats to you. I'm sure that they'll be proud of you. I'm sure the fans back home will be as well. But I did want to ask, you weren't always so dominant, so let's roll back the clock. Let's think about what happened at the start of Stage 2. Your very first game, you did win, but then you lost 4 in a row. And in your group stage was looking really miserable. What happened? Did you guys have a serious sit down and say, guys, if we keep playing this well, we're not going to make it? What did you guys implement? What changed to turn things around to end up at the top?
Yeah, like, good question. It's hard to tell exactly what we changed. I think the most important part was kind of the mindset. Because I felt that, like last stage, we won every single kind of easy game, let's put it that way. And I think we kind of entered in the tournament kind of relaxed, you know. And after the losses, especially on the Scars game, we talked a lot and we say, guys, if you're not put all the energy, all effort, we're gonna lose. We're gonna be like out of even the playoffs. So we need to step up and put energy, put like this feeling, you know. I think that's why like every single game we are screaming so much. We won like a single round and we are screaming and we are putting energy, because I think that was the thing that changed on the stage and make us qualify, and I think is very helpful. You know, is working.
Thank you.
So, talking about today, last time you played CAG, you said they were too passive in the server, and today CAG tried to be aggressive and still you beat them. So what's the difference? What makes you guys so much better than the second best team in the region right now?
Yeah, like today, I think it was confidence, to be honest, because of course you can say, oh, we need to play aggressive, we need to play passive, but in the end, is a first-person shooter. You need to hit heads, and you need to kill the enemy. And I think the confidence we had, like because of our last games, you know, we didn't drop a single map. I think the confidence we had helped a lot, so we were not losing fight to the CAG guys. So yeah, I think they worked pretty well.
I have a question, Falls. Do you players on the squad, do you guys like, brag about your stats to each other? Because I'm looking back at that match and Niers had 21 kills and only 8 deaths across those 2 maps. That's more than a 3.0 KD. Do you guys like, is there a bit of an ego between you about like who's getting the most frags?
Yeah, of course. But like, at least for me, at least for me, it's hard to compete, you know. Like I'm always playing Termite and Maverick, and this fucking guy is playing like Ash every single round, so it's hard to compete. But yeah, like the matches we kind of like had this competition between us. Oh, I kill more than you last match. Of course, always in a friendly way, in a good way to put us up. But yeah, it's kind of cool to have like this competition inside the team.
It sounds like the team environment, mate, is just like, it's untouchable. Not many teams can have this much fun while playing the game at this level. Most people have a very locked-in mentality, so it's lovely to see that you and the rest of the roster can still enjoy the small moments. Not that this is a small moment. This is ultimately yourselves finishing out Stage 2 as champions. So first of all, congratulations. Second of all, we'll leave you on a note here. Anything you'd like to say? This will be the last time we speak to you before we see you in Melbourne.
Yeah, like same as always. Today I'm gonna ask if some of the guys wants to say something.
Yes.
Want to say something? Michi, do you want to say something here? There it is.
Too shy. Come on,
something?
somebody.
Just be a good guy. Be a good guy.
Hello, guys.
Hey, what's going on? How are you, my friend?
I'm good, and you?
Yeah, I'm doing well. Just like we were just asking for last thoughts, but I just want to get your emotions right now. How does it feel to be APAC North champions?
Feel good.
Yeah? Tip top. On that note, do you have anything that you want to say to the fans, the audience, the people at home?
Of course, thank you for everybody that watches, and that's it. I think we are very proud to ourselves, like, to be here right now, and I'm very happy to be with everybody here, everybody that work with me.
It's beautiful, mate. It's
Amazing.
beautiful. Well, on that note, we'll let you, both of you go, and we'll see you at PAX.
See you in Australia.
See you guys.
Ciao.
Bye-bye. Ciao, ciao.
Oh, vamos! I know you can still hear me. I know you can still hear me.
Vamos!
Yeah. Good. That's
that
the
was
kind
the
of
most
response.
underwhelming reaction, man. What was that?
Yeah, that's the kind of. I mean, that's why Falls is the interviewee, right? Because he gives it a bit more.
He's
He
a
sells
charismatic,
it.
handsome
Yeah,
man.
he's media trained. We
Yeah.
understand why. But look, at the end of the day,
Yeah.
it does. That really felt like just another day in the office for DPLUS.
It
Like,
doesn't feel like a grand final day.
no,
today.
not
It's
not
strange.
even remotely.
No.
Like for context at home, this is the last game of APAC North we've got
all year
for the rest of the year.
Yeah.
Like the only thing that we've got following this is last chance qualifiers. That's it. There's nothing else. Like
regional finals.
that's not APAC North. That's all of APAC.
Ah,
We're gonna
true,
get slammed.
true,
But
yeah.
Nick, now that we've seen, obviously we've only got O's to go now. How are you feeling about how PAX
Yeah.
is shaping up? Because I'll tell you what, there is some interesting storylines.
Yeah, interesting storylines. Obviously, a lot of surprises. Not necessarily in the teams that did or didn't qualify, besides Elevate maybe having a bit of a blunder at the end. But like, a lot of teams that we expected a lot from, let's say Fearix, let's say if you're a big Copium guy, PSG, really underperformed this stage. CAG, with the roster changes, they actually impressed us in a really good way, despite losing here to the Grand Finals in a very one-sided affair. I don't know what to expect because we're going from a high ping situation to on LAN, but we have some imports, of course, in DPLUS who love that environment too, and they look unstoppable. So I feel like, you know, just calling it early, DPLUS Weibo, that's where I'm going to see like the top of the line for this region of APL.
Yeah, and these teams are all scrimming each other all the time as well. Like, especially the teams from Southeast Asia like Weibo and Daystar, they're scrimming the APAC North teams because ping is kind of a non-issue, right? Like, those teams, different story. Like, you do have to play on quite a bit of ping. They still scrim each other because those teams know the only way they're getting better is by playing the Asian squads.
Correct.
Right?
Yeah, you have to.
Yeah. Of course, we still have O's to go. I think so far, I'm totally on board with you, Nick. I think Weibo and DPLUS look like the best teams. Weibo had a much harder fight to get there, right? They were challenged much more by Elevate and even by Daystar, you could say. But no, DPLUS dominated at the end of it. Well, I'm actually really stoked that we get to see the Brazilians here in Melbourne. As weird as it's going to be to have an APAC finals with the Brazilian team there, I've always said, like, to the other Brazilian players and talent and stuff, is I feel like Australians and Brazilians have a bit of culture in common.
There is.
The passion, the kind of like little larrikin attitude, the energy. I think we're going to see that come out, and I wouldn't be surprised if the Aussie crowd gets behind some of the Brazilians.
They do match very nicely with us, I will say that. The love that they show as well for the underdog.
Yes.
That's a big one.
Yeah.
But 6 teams have been locked in now for the APL major qualifier in PAX Australia, which will take place in, honestly, like nearly 10 days' time. It's kind of crazy. There are only 2 slots that remain. And guess what? It's homegrown talent we're waiting on. Oceanic playoffs start tomorrow at 12 p.m. Australian Eastern Daylight Time. I don't know.
Standard?
Is it standard?
I think we're still in standard time. No
production?
Anyone
know?
It's standard time.
Damn.
Standard time.
I got excited. I just kind of threw
Summer's
one out
not here
there.
yet, mate, but I tell you what, it was 23 degrees today, which is bloody warm compared to recently, and I was loving it.
It certainly is. So we are kicking off with OS in about 14 hours. So don't go anywhere because we'll be back tomorrow with more action. Thanks for watching. Take care and have a wonderful night.
涙の色はエメラルドブルー宝石みたいに光ってる流れ星を見上げていたあの夜もなんだったっけ見えなくて生まれたとのクラクションだって